You all know what reality is, and it doesn't have to be explained to you. And if you try to define it, you become a professional philosopher, and you will eventually shrivel up and die. But you know what it is.
Welcome to the Alan Watts podcast, Being in the Way. I'm your host, Mark Watts, and today we're going to be hearing more new material on Taoism. This is a session called Flow, and it's from a seminar by that name given by my father and by Charlotte Silver in the mid-60s in New York City at Charlotte's Loft. And together they did sessions there on sensory awareness, and my father would give the audio part, the verbal part of the presentation, and Charlotte would lead awareness exercises and also physical movement pieces that were really fine art, all kinds of interesting permutations of movement arts that she had perfected over the years. So this is a meditation, a guided meditation on flow with Alan Watts. And today's podcast is brought to you in conjunction with the Ram Dass Be Here Now podcast network. And our theme music is by Zakir Hussain, courtesy of Moment Records. Now here's Alan Watts in a guided meditation on flow.
So then I was talking to you this morning about the dynamics of energy, about the way in which we select vibrations, and about the basic principles of meditation as it is understood in yoga and in Buddhism and in Zen, as a process for bringing about mental quiet, which is not pure passivity, mental limpness, just as physical relaxation is not physical limpness, as if you were a wet rag over a clothesline. In the process of meditation, one is completely aware of all sensory inputs. You don't try to shut off your senses. And although it may be helpful, say, to begin in meditation by closing the eyes, in the Zen philosophy of meditation, you don't close your eyes. If you do, you're called a denizen of the dark cavern. You look at the floor in front of you, about 4 feet, and you allow the light to play with your eyes without putting any names on these patterns of light and shade and color. Just as you allow the sound waves in the air to play with your ears. But you don't put any name upon it. You allow yourself to be in a non-conceptual way. Now, the importance of this, the practical effect, although when you're in meditation, you're not concerned with practical effects. Practical effects accrue as a byproduct, just as happiness, which cannot be pursued, is only a byproduct of being interested in something else. But the disease of civilization is that we confuse the world of symbols with the world of reality. As I said this morning, you all know what reality is. And it doesn't have to be explained to you. And if you try to define it, you become a professional philosopher, and you will eventually shrivel up and die. But you know what it is. It's this. So we are in a very serious condition in the world today. We are trying to make as the goals of life the attainment of pleasures that really exist on paper only. And the chief example of this is lots of money. There are no limits to the amount of money you can make if you're sufficiently clever and sufficiently ruthless. You can go on and on and on and on. But there are very strict limits to the amount of beef you can eat at one meal, to the amount of girls you can give, to whom you can give adequate satisfaction, to the number of houses you can live in, to the amount of clothes you can wear. You can have, supposing you wore 3 suits a day and you wanted to be different all the time, all right, there are 365 days of the year, multiply that by 3, and that's enough for anyone, with dresses also. Then that there is a real limit. And you would consider, if you were wearing a completely different suit for 1/3 of the day, and you never wore it again, after a while that would become a bit absurd. You might find a favorite suit, one that you felt suited you. What is a suit except something that suits you? And you would go back to it. And you would want that one again. Same with a woman. You find you've got a favorite one. And you want to go back to her and keep her around. See? And you have a house. You can have hundreds of houses if you're very rich. But you find you have a favorite one and you want to go back. So there are limits to what we can enjoy in a material, physical, real sense. Although I must say, when I say real, and I also join with that the word physical and material, the real world is not necessarily physical or material. The ideas that come out of the history of Western culture that we say physical or material, these are purely conceptual. You see, when somebody says, I'm a materialist, and I think there is nothing but material, see, and all the spiritual stuff is just fantasy. The idea of material is itself fantasy. These flowers are not material. Material is an idea, is a concept. These flowers you can only understand by looking at them and feeling them. We don't know what they are. We see the patterns of energy and the delight of them. But a person who says, well, this is just material, doesn't realize that he's some kind of a fantast. He's trying to say, he's trying to put his personality up against the spiritual people who say the real thing in life is beyond all these things that we see and hear, so on. There is a happy land far, far away. There is some kind of a thing beyond all this. And that's a kind of one-upmanship. People in religion are the worst game players in the world. They're always trying to outface each other and say, well, you don't have quite the right conception. Even among the most orthodox confraternities, say Orthodox Catholic theologians, they're always trying to one-up each other. Say, yes, you believe that your explanation of the doctrine of the Trinity is very correct, but there are certain subtle respects in which you haven't quite got the point. And they go round and round and round on this forever. because it's not really religion at all. It's a form of personal contest. Because everybody in the world almost is challenging someone else to say, you're not real, are you? You're not really sincere. You don't actually mean what you say. Do you love me? Do you really love me? Prove it. I don't think you can. Everybody's going, so everybody's frightened. Everybody's guilty. And everybody else knows how to exploit everybody else's fear and guilt. And emotions, say, like guilt, are absolutely useless because they always frustrate their own objective. Guilt is supposed to make you good. But it's like alcoholism. The more terrible an alcoholic feels about his dependence on alcohol, the more he drinks. The same with jealousy. If I am jealous of the girl I love, terribly jealous, and won't allow her to have any other men, she hates me all the more for being jealous of her. I can't keep a girl by being jealous of her. And she can't keep me by the inverse process. So all those emotions deny themselves. So we have to see that all these games of spiritual one-upmanship, we have to see through them. Every guru, spiritual teacher, comes on like he's got something that you don't have. More insight, more relaxation, more happiness, more oneness with God, whatever it may be. And this is the bait which catches you. Now, there are two kinds of gurus. One kind of guru really believes he's got more than you have. And he can do nothing for you except lead you into a bag. That's the ordinary minister who believes that he is a representative of the true and authentic religion, and that he is going to get you into the church, and he's going to get you hooked on the religion so that you become a religious addict. And so, of course, so long as you're a religious addict, just like an addict on heroin will have to fork out $50 a day to get his connection. So you're going to have to tithe your income or whatever it is to pay off the mortgage on the church buildings and to keep the clergy alive. And that's why they want to get you hooked on it. There's another kind of guru. He makes his living in an entirely different way. He wants to get rid of you. He's got some way of liberating you so that you can function on your own without having any guru at all and without belonging to any religion. Because he treats his doctrine, his practice, as medicine, not as diet. And eventually you take the medicine, you understand, and you can function on your own and you go away. But when you go away, you say, hey, to everybody else, I got this guru, you know, he was just fabulous. And he set me free. So what happens is this kind of guru, instead of having a permanent group of followers, has a big turnover. And he gets on all right. I'm just explaining the economics of spirituality. And there's another side to this, incidentally. Wherever a guru happens to liberate people instead of enslaving them, other people will want to do the same thing. And that's all right. If you're a close type guru with want people to stick around to pay the mortgage, you don't want any other gurus in competition with you, because that's taking away the business. I had a very funny adventure in Thailand. I was wandering around a temple, and I was sort of looking, my gaze was cast downwards, and I suddenly came across a bookstall. And there was a book on the kind of meditation they do in Southern Buddhism. And I said, oh, I was just sort of talking out loud to myself, that must be Satipatthana. And a voice said, you practice Satipatthana? And I looked up, and there was a yellow-robed monk who spoke English, standing in charge of the bookstall. He was kind of red-eyed. And I looked at him and said, well, not exactly. I practice Zen. Oh, Zen, not Satipatthana. Well, I said, it's all kind of the same thing. It's like yoga. No, Satipatthana, not yoga. Now, listen, I said, you Buddhists are supposed to be open-minded and to believe that there are many, many ways of realization. No, Satipatthana, only correct way. Well, I said, you talk like a Roman Catholic. They say they have the only true way. I said, you know what you're like. You've got a ferry boat concession. A ferry boat concession to take a ferry across the river. And a few miles down the river, somebody else opens up a ferry boat. And you complain to the police and the government. Say, he shouldn't open up because he's in competition with me. Now, the truth of the matter is this. I'm talking still about the economics of spirituality. In London, there's a street called Harley Street, where every eminent physician and surgeon wants to have an office. This was years ago. And so Harley Street became completely full with physicians and surgeons. Well, you would say, naturally, they were all in competition with each other. But nothing of the kind happened. They all became equally prosperous, so that they had to open up Wimpole Street, which was the next street to Harley Street. And when they'd filled that up, they opened up Welbeck Street, which ran along next to it. And when they filled that up, they got Queen Anne Street, which ran parallel. And the whole area is nothing but physicians, surgeons, and dentists. And they are all fantastically prosperous because they've got the right address. See, once you've got into Harley Street, you're there. So it's like you're a guru, and you set up in Sausalito or Big Sur or Hollywood, whatever, you're in the right place. And we can take any number, and the more we have, the more prosperous everybody will be. This is the economics of plenty. And it's all based, you see, if you really work it right, it's based on a big turnover. You don't try to capture people. You don't try to make them faithful to you. You don't want to tie them up. But you see, if you do that and you set them all free, you really get them going. That's what you're supposed to do. That's your job, to liberate them. And then they're grateful and they send their friends to you. So, the craft of mysticism you see, I just want to be very frank with you because, after all, you pay to come to these seminars. And in India, it's considered very, very immoral to ask for money for spiritual teaching. But that's a different culture from ours. In the United States, it would be immoral not to ask money. Because in the United States, people disrespect anything they get free. And they have to give money as a token of their sincerity, just as, say, in India or in China, you have to give something else. You have to wait a long time. You have to be persistent in token of your sincerity. But in this country, the hang-up is money. So naturally, one asks for money. A person like myself only needs a relatively small amount of money. And so if you make an awful lot of it by being a successful guru, you give the rest away or do something creative and imaginative. Allen Ginsberg has a foundation. He makes a great deal of money by being a crazy poet. And he gives all that he doesn't need to help other poets. So then, the point I'm making is this. Meditation, you are not trying to gain anything, to alter your state of mind from what it is now into some other state which you think it ought to be in. You are centering in where you are. But you see, the difficulty for us with this is that we do everything. We even eat, we play, we dance, under the fundamental assumption that all this is good for us. We go to concerts to improve our culture, to the theater, to the movie, in order to be able to say we have become more educated. We have improved. And as a result of this kind of motivation, we don't really do those things at all. If you go to the concert to become more cultured, you are not really listening. So meditation, above all things, because it's got a slightly disciplinary flavor to it, a slightly religious flavor to it, is something that people use somehow to get ahead in the game of spiritual one-upmanship. And I get sick and tired of people who go and study Zen and come back and brag about the long hours of meditation they put in and how much their legs hurt and what a great ordeal it was and how good it was for them and how you who haven't gone through this discipline are a kind of underling. See, I've had this put on me for years because I didn't go to Japan and didn't sit around in zendos and worked it my own way. And they say, well, you're just a dilettante. See, you haven't suffered as much as we have. And you really ought to suffer. You ought to put up with those long endurance tests. Now, the reason why in meditation one sits in a certain way, whether you sit like I'm sitting now or whether you sit in the lotus posture, your legs become a little uncomfortable. And the reason for that is not self-punitive. It's merely that it helps you to stay awake. That's all. And if you don't, if if you were floated in a hot tub with supporters in a completely dark room in one of the sensory deprivation chamber, you would very likely go to sleep. But the point in meditation is to be wide awake. Without, however, the intellectual chatter going on in the head. And so a posture which involves a very certain subordinate degree of discomfort keeps you awake. Actually, when you get used to sitting this way, I can sit this way without extreme discomfort for at least 40 minutes, even longer. And it becomes natural. But as I explained, the point is to be wide awake and aware of your total sensory input without confusing it with the symbolic world of words and concepts, so that you experience life naked and directly. Experience you naked and directly, without having in your head the concept of who you are as a role player, as a personality, as an ego. And this becomes, in due course, a very pleasant thing to do, so that meditation becomes not something that you put in so much time at, like you might put in time in a jail, but becomes a pleasure. Of course, from the point of view of our religion in the United States, that's almost sinful. Religion isn't supposed to be a pleasure, because it's supposed to be joining with Christ in suffering on the cross. Look, there's enough inevitable suffering going on anyhow. You're going to die one of these days. Everybody encounters difficulties in their lives. You don't need to go out of your way to seek them. So now, there are two fundamental approaches to meditation. One, you see, this morning, Charlotte was getting us to bounce on our heels and to stretch as tightly as we could to overcome gravity. And then after that, she said, see what happens when you don't do it. So one of the methods of meditation is to stretch as tightly as possible, to concentrate with your whole energy on a point, and to use the maximum amount of effort. You say in yoga, there's an exercise called kumbha, which is a way of breathing, which is it's a kind of force, holding the breath as long and as tightly as you can. That was like the stretching we did. That's like those people who, say, in the Tendai temple up on Mount Hiei over Kyoto, who practice bowing. Thousands and thousands of bowings. They stand up, they kneel down and prostrate themselves on the floor, get up again, stand up, kneel down, prostrate them on the floor. And there are those Tibetan monks who do the Lungompa, running through the mountain trails with enormous leaps. And they do like Nijinsky could do those leaps where, you pause a little bit in the air and seem to overcome gravity and then drop again. And they go on and on and on, bouncing along a road. Or there are other pilgrims who prostrate themselves at every step, traveling a long journey. There are people who run the streets of Kyoto, 100 miles through the streets of Kyoto every day at a jog trot. There are all kinds of things like that, where you work yourself to a limit in struggle. Because in doing that, you get a thing which runners call second wind. And second wind in running is where you are no longer running, but it runs you. Where, in other words, the ego energy in the running is displaced and the energy of the whole organism takes over. And that is all the energy of the whole universe when you get second wind. So you get second wind in this fierce kind of meditation. Alternatively, there's another way in. And in this way is a kind of so-called easy way. And one uses it for a different type of personality. There are certain people who must have the difficult way because they don't know they exist unless they're sitting on a spike. And those kind of people who don't believe they're real unless they hurt have to follow the difficult way. But there is a subtle way, which is the Taoistic approach, wherein instead of trying to master and dominate your body-mind, you let go of it. And you let it do whatever it wants to do. Let's suppose, for the sake of example, for a moment, you just close your eyes and allow your eardrums to respond to any sound going on. There are no proper sounds or improper sounds. You may feel free to shift, shuffle, cough, sneeze as you will. Don't try to identify, locate, or name the sounds that you hear. Just let the rippling air play with your eardrum. And as you hear the sound of my voice coming across to you, listen to what I have to say simply as tones. Your brain will take care of understanding it. You don't try to understand. In other words, allow your ears to hear anything they want to hear. And to assist you in this, keep your tongues relaxed in the lower jaw. Listening to every sound in the whole field of air vibrations, as you would listen to music, as you would listen to Bach or Ravi Shankar, without trying to see any meaning in it. There is no hurry. This is what there is. Well, now, of course, one can do that through all the senses, not just the ears, but the body feeling, skin contact, the breath, sense of smell, taste, and also, of course, the eyes. It's more difficult to do it with the eyes because our culture, as Marshall McLuhan has pointed out, is excessively visual. And because of the Gutenberg galaxy, because of making sense out of print and the enormous valuation placed on literacy, we've overbalanced one sense, which is the visual sense. When we say to somebody, you smell, that's uncomplimentary. We should say, of course, correctly, you stink, if we mean you have a bad smell. But everything connected with smell is repressed. And therefore, because we still continue to smell, it is an unconscious sense through which we relate to each other in ways that we don't know. You take an instinctive liking to someone because you like the smell, but you don't know that. You take an instinctive dislike to someone because you don't like the smell, but you don't know that. All sorts of things, all sorts of messages are passed through the nose, but we're not aware of them. We don't have an adequate vocabulary of smell. Only 3 adjectives in English are associated with smell uniquely: acrid, pungent, fragrant. All the others are associated with, borrowed from other senses. Think how many adjectives we have for vision, for sound, for taste. Although taste, of course, is inseparable from smell. So, the second way of meditation, which I was demonstrating to you, allowing your ears to hear whatever they want to hear. In the same way, you allow your breath to breathe any way it wants to breathe. You allow your muscle, skin feeling, the sense of touch, to feel any way it wants to feel. You allow your eyes to see anything they want to see. And finally, you allow your mind to think anything it wants to think. Let it go. This is the relaxed way. The other way is the tense way. They come to the same conclusion. You go around this way, take the right-hand path and go there, take the left-hand path and go there. I'm not going to evaluate between one and the other. It's up to the individual. But the way Charlotte and I have been interested in for a long time is the way which is natural, which doesn't force things, and which lets the organism, with its own inner sense of what is correct, do it by itself. So, if you will let your mind, alone, you don't try to concentrate it, you don't try to discipline it, you merely let it do whatever it wants to do. Whatever thoughts want to flow through your head, let them flow. Don't try either to get with them and make something of it, and don't try to stop them. Just let them go. Besides, who are you as distinct from your thoughts, as distinct from your visual, auditory, tactile, olfactory sensations? Who might intervene and say, you do otherwise? Because when we get that terrific split between our experience, our feelings, our sensations, on the one hand, and on the other, something called the experiencer, the control agent who has and who directs all these things, there's the root of our trouble. Because we are confusing ourselves with an image of ourselves. And under those circumstances, we define the living organism as a material object, the body, which corrupts and which is somehow antithetical to spirit. Not realizing that the idea of the body as something antithetical to spirit is purely a conception. This is not a conception. And as we see it now from the standpoint of 20th century quantum physics, it's a shimmering phenomenon of electrical energy. It's a light show. This isn't what we used to think of as physical at all. Block, chunky stuff. It's a zizzing dance. It's like fire. That's the meaning of the Buddhist figure Fudo. This guy with a sword in one hand and a rope in the other, with a fierce face and flames all around. Fudo means immovable. He's showing you everything is fire. Just like I said this morning, a flame seems to be a flame, a thing that sticks in one position. So Fudo, this flaming god with a sword which cuts off all entanglements, and the rope, I don't know what the rope's for. Maybe just for wiggling. He cuts loose our conceptions so that we can see this all too solid flesh dissolve.
You've been listening to Flow in a guided meditation on Being in the Way, the Alan Watts podcast. I'm your host, Mark Watts, and today we've been exploring a unique recording that is also part of the book Tao for Now, which is now available in both digital and print format. This program is also available on the play.alanwatts.org network. That's play.alanwatts.org online. And there it will come up both as a seminar session and also as a series called Philosophy of the Tao, which includes 3 sessions from the Philosophy of the Tao series and a session, an extended session of the Flow meditations. Again, I'm your host, Mark Watts. This has been Alan Watts in Being in the Way. Our theme music is by Zakir Hussain, courtesy of Moment Records. And this podcast has been produced in conjunction with the Ram Dass Be Here Now podcast network.
It's a strange game we play. We spend our lives trying to repair ourselves, as if we were somehow damaged, forever polishing the mask we show the world. And yet, if you look closely at the great figures of history, the ones who actually changed things, who actually lived, you'll notice something peculiar. They were all cracked, every single one of them, broken in some way. And it wasn't despite their brokenness that they became who they were. It was because of it. Now, this goes against everything we've been taught, doesn't it? We're told to hide our wounds, to cover our scars, to pretend that we have it all together. But what if I told you that your very brokenness, the thing you're most ashamed of, is precisely what the universe needs from you? What if the crack in your character is not a flaw, but a feature? Let me be very clear about something from the start. When I say damaged, I'm not talking about someone who is careless or irresponsible, or who uses their pain as an excuse. No. I'm talking about the person who has been to the edge, who has looked into the darkness of their own soul and come back trembling. I'm talking about the person who knows, really knows, that they are not self-sufficient, that they cannot do this thing called life on their own. These are the people the universe chooses, not because they are weak, but because they are awake. You see, the universe has no use for the self-made man. That fellow who struts around, believing he pulled himself up by his own bootstraps, who thinks his success is entirely his own doing. He's a closed system. There's no space for anything greater to work through him, because he's already filled to the brim with himself. But the damaged person, the broken one, they have cracks, and through those cracks, light gets in. Think about water for a moment. If you have a perfectly sealed container, water cannot enter. But if there's a crack, the tiniest opening, water finds its way in. It seeps through. It fills the space. This is how grace works. This is how the power of existence itself works. It cannot enter where there is no opening. And damage creates openings. Now I want you to understand something very important here. Being damaged is not the same as being destroyed. A cup with a crack can still hold water. A window with a chip can still let in light. In fact, sometimes that chip creates the most beautiful patterns when the sun hits it just right. Your damage is like this. It doesn't disqualify you from being used by life. It qualifies you. Look at the great spiritual figures throughout history. Moses, they say, had a speech impediment. He could barely talk, and yet he was chosen to be the voice of God to his people. How absurd is that? The universe picks a man who cannot speak properly to deliver the most important message in history. Why? Because Moses knew he couldn't do it alone. He knew he needed help. He knew he was insufficient. And in that knowing, he became a perfect vessel. Or consider David, a small shepherd boy overlooked by his own family, considered too young, too weak, too insignificant. And yet it was precisely this David, this damaged goods in the eyes of society, who became the great king. Because David never forgot where he came from. He never forgot his smallness. Even when he wore a crown, he remembered he was just a shepherd boy who the universe had picked up and used. The pattern is everywhere once you start looking for it. Paul, the great apostle, was a murderer. He hunted down and killed the very people whose cause he would later champion. Can you imagine the weight of that? The knowledge that you destroyed the lives of those you now claim to serve? And yet, it was this very guilt, this very awareness of his own capacity for evil, that made him such a powerful teacher. He knew he was saved not by his own goodness, but by something far beyond himself. Here's what happens when you're damaged. You lose the illusion of control. You realize you're not running the show. Most people walk through life believing they're in charge. That if they just work hard enough, plan well enough, be good enough, everything will turn out fine. But the damaged person knows better. They've seen how quickly everything can fall apart. They've felt the ground give way beneath their feet. And in that terrible moment of falling, they learn something the comfortable never learn. They learn to trust what catches them. This is why the universe chooses damaged people. Because they've learned to let go. They've learned to relax into life rather than trying to grip it with white knuckles. Have you ever tried to float in water? If you tense up, if you try to control every movement, you sink. But if you relax, if you trust the water, it holds you. Life is exactly like this. The damaged person has learned to float. Now let me tell you what damage really is. It's not the thing that happened to you. It's not the addiction, the abuse, the failure, the loss. Those are just events. Damage is what happens inside you when you finally admit that those events changed you, that you're not the same person you were before, that you cannot go back to who you were. This admission, this acknowledgement of change, this is what creates the crack through which light enters. Most people, when something terrible happens, they spend all their energy trying to go back to normal. They want to return to who they were before. But the damaged person realizes there is no going back. The old self is gone. And in the space where the old self used to be, something new can grow. Something that wasn't possible before. This is not recovery. This is transformation. And transformation is what the universe is after. You know what's fascinating? The people who have never been broken often have the hardest time with life. They're brittle. When something difficult comes along, they shatter because they've never learned to bend. But the person who has already been broken, who has already been bent out of shape, they have a kind of flexibility. They can move with life's changes rather than resisting them. They're like old wood that has weathered many storms. Strong not because it's rigid, but because it knows how to sway. I want to tell you about something that happens when you accept your damage. You become humble. You realize you're not the star of the show. You're not even the director. You're just one small part of an enormous production. And this realization, far from being depressing, is actually tremendously liberating. Because when you know you're not in charge, you can stop trying to control everything. You can stop exhausting yourself trying to manage every outcome. You can simply do your part and let the rest unfold as it will. This is what the ancient Chinese called Wu Wei, effortless action. Not doing nothing, but doing without straining, working without forcing. And you can only do this when you've been humbled by your own limitations. The proud man, the one who thinks he has it all together, he's always fighting. Fighting against circumstances, fighting against other people, fighting against life itself. He's in a constant state of resistance. But resistance is exhausting. The damaged person has learned that resistance is futile, not in a defeatist way, but in a deeply accepting way. They've learned to work with life rather than against it. Here's something else that happens when you're damaged. You develop compassion, real compassion. Not the fake kind where you look down on others and feel sorry for them, but the kind where you recognize yourself in everyone you meet. Because you know what it's like to struggle, to fail, to be at the end of your rope. You know what it's like to need help. And this knowing makes you gentle with others in a way that the undamaged can never be. The person who has never really suffered often judges those who are suffering. They think, why don't they just pull themselves together? Why don't they just try harder? But the damaged person knows it's not that simple. They know that sometimes trying harder is exactly the wrong thing to do. Sometimes you have to stop trying and simply surrender. And this knowledge, born of personal experience, makes them able to help others in ways the comfortable never could. Now, I need to say something about what damage is not. Damage is not an excuse. It's not a reason to give up, or to wallow in self-pity, or to treat others badly. If your damage has made you bitter, resentful, cruel, then you've missed the lesson. You've taken your pain and turned it inward or outward as poison, rather than allowing it to crack you open. The difference between the person the universe can use and the person it cannot is this. One person looks at their damage and says, why me? This is unfair. I am cursed. The other person looks at their damage and says, what is this trying to teach me? How is this making me more human? What am I supposed to learn from this? Both are damaged, but only one is becoming wise. There's a story I love about a man who goes to see a teacher. He says, Master, I have so many problems. I am anxious. I am depressed. I have addictions. I have failed at everything I've tried. How can I possibly be of any use? And the teacher says, you have just listed your qualifications. The man is confused. And the teacher explains, your anxiety has taught you that life is uncertain. Your depression has taught you that happiness cannot be forced. Your addictions have taught you that you need help. Your failures have taught you humility. These are not disqualifications. These are your credentials. This is what I mean when I say the universe chooses damaged people. It's not that it looks for people who are broken and says, oh, let me use them. It's that brokenness creates the conditions necessary for something greater to work through you. It's like how a seed must break open before it can become a plant. The seed that stays intact, perfectly sealed, perfect in its seedness, will never grow. And what emerges from that crack is not the old you, perfectly restored. It's something entirely new. Something that was always waiting inside you, but could never come out, because the shell was too hard. Now with the shell cracked, it can finally emerge. Let me tell you what I've observed. The people who change the world are never the ones who had it easy. They're the ones who struggled, who failed, who fell down and got back up so many times they lost count. Why? Because struggle teaches you things that comfort never can. It teaches you that you're stronger than you thought. It teaches you that you can survive what you thought would destroy you. It teaches you that there's something in you, or working through you, that is greater than your circumstances. And here's the beautiful part. Once you've learned this, once you've really learned it in your bones, you become fearless. Not fearless in the sense that you're never afraid, but fearless in the sense that you know fear is just a feeling, and feeling's past. You know that even if the worst happens, you'll be okay, because you've already survived the worst, or something close to it, and you're still here. This is the great secret of damaged people. Free to take risks, free to speak truth, free to love without holding back, because they know that holding back doesn't protect you anyway. I want you to think about this for a moment. Who would you rather learn from? Someone who has never failed, who has always succeeded at everything they tried, who has never known real suffering, or someone who has fallen flat on their face, who has known despair, who has clawed their way back from the edge. The first person can tell you about success, but the second person can tell you about life. The universe chooses damaged people because they have wisdom that the comfortable don't have. They've been refined by fire. They've had the unnecessary burned away. What remains is essential, true, real. And this is what the universe needs. Not people who are perfect, but people who are real. Now here's where it gets really interesting. When you accept your damage, when you stop trying to hide it or fix it or pretend it's not there, something magical happens. Other people see it, and they recognize themselves in you. Your damage becomes a bridge, a way for others to cross from their isolation into connection, because everyone is damaged in some way. Everyone has wounds they're trying to hide. But when you stop hiding yours, you give others permission to stop hiding theirs. This is how healing happens. Not through pretending to be whole, but through admitting you're broken. Not through presenting a perfect image, but through showing your scars, your willingness to be vulnerable, to be seen in your damage. This is what allows others to be vulnerable too. And in that mutual vulnerability, something beautiful happens. Connection. Real, deep, human connection. The universe doesn't choose damaged people to do its work. Despite their damage, it chooses them because of it. Because damage creates humility. Humility creates openness. Openness creates space. And in that space, something greater can work. Call it God. Call it the universe. Call it the power of life itself. Whatever you call it, it needs space to work. And damage creates that space. So if you're sitting there thinking, I'm too broken to be of any use, I'm too damaged to matter, I've made too many mistakes, let me tell you something. You're exactly who the universe is looking for. Your brokenness is not a bug, it's a feature. Your damage is not a disqualification, it's your credential. Your wounds are not shameful secrets. They're badges of honor that say, I have lived, I have suffered, I have learned, and I am still here. The universe doesn't need more perfect people. It needs more real ones. It doesn't need more people who have it all together. It needs more people who are willing to fall apart and be put back together in a new way. It doesn't need more people pretending to be strong. It needs more people who know they're weak and let something stronger work through them. This is the great paradox. Power is made perfect in weakness. Not despite weakness, but in it, through it, by means of it. The very thing you think disqualifies you is what qualifies you. The very wound you're trying to hide is the door through which light can enter. The very damage you're ashamed of is the crack through which grace flows. So stop trying to fix yourself. Stop trying to present a perfect image. Stop pretending you have it all together. Instead, be honest about your damage, acknowledge your brokenness, admit your need for help. And then, in that moment of honest vulnerability, you'll discover something amazing. You're not alone. You've never been alone. And the very damage you thought made you unusable is what makes you perfect for what the universe needs you to do. And the best vessels are the ones that have been broken and put back together. They're the ones that know they're just containers, not the thing contained. They're the ones that let light pass through them, because they're full of cracks. And that light, that power, that grace, it shines all the brighter because of those cracks. So be damaged, be broken.
There comes a time, after all the seeking, the meditating, the searching for answers, when something peculiar happens. You wake up one morning and realize that you simply don't care to go on improving yourself. The drive that once pushed you forward to become better, wiser, more enlightened, seems to have vanished. It's as though the wind that filled your sails has suddenly stopped, leaving you adrift in a vast and silent sea. And for many people, this feels terribly wrong. You see, we are trained from birth to believe that life must always be about progress, that we are here to grow, to strive, to push upward towards some imagined summit. Even in spirituality, this same mentality sneaks in through the back door. We meditate to get somewhere, to reach enlightenment, to become pure, serene, and wise. But then one day, you notice something has changed. You no longer feel that fire. You no longer have the same hunger for books, for teachings, for goals. And immediately, the mind begins to panic. It whispers, something has gone wrong. You've lost your way. But has it? Or could it be that you are, for the first time, standing still long enough to feel where you actually are? What most people call a lack of motivation is not the failure of the path, it is the flowering of it. It is the moment when the seeker begins to disappear, when the very energy that once fueled the search dissolves because there is no longer anything to seek. You see, the self that wanted to awaken was part of the illusion all along. The ego was wearing the mask of a saint, pretending to strive for transcendence while secretly feeding on the idea of progress. And when that mask falls away, when the show is over, the ego dies, and with it, the constant need to fix, improve, and achieve. Of course, to the mind, this feels like death. It says, what's the point now? If nothing needs to be done, what am I supposed to do? But that question itself is the echo of the old pattern, the assumption that life must always have a mission, a reason, a grand meaning. The truth is far more subtle, far more ordinary, and because of that, it often feels empty at first. Imagine you have been climbing a mountain for years, sweating and struggling toward a shining peak. Every step was driven by the belief that when you reached the top, everything would make sense. But when you finally arrive, you discover there is no temple, no secret waiting, no grand revelation, only the wide, silent sky. The mind doesn't know what to do with that. It expected fireworks, angels, transformation. Instead, it finds stillness. And so people come down from the mountain thinking something went wrong. I lost my motivation, they say. But what they've really lost is their illusion. They've discovered that all along, the journey was not about arriving anywhere, but about seeing through the need to arrive. This is why, after awakening, many people feel detached from ordinary life. The games they used to play, success, improvement, ambition, no longer hold the same charm. The taste has gone out of it. They find themselves watching the world continue its restless movement and wonder, why doesn't it feel real anymore? But this detachment is not apathy, it is clarity. You are seeing through the play, not rejecting it. It's like watching a drama on stage while knowing it's only a performance. The difference is, you no longer take it so seriously. You no longer believe that you are the character struggling for a happy ending. And yet, this clarity can be disorienting. The ego thrived on purpose, on doing, on effort. Without those, it feels useless, naked. It begins to whisper, you've lost your spark. you're becoming lazy. But what is laziness? It is a word we use to condemn stillness. We have been so deeply conditioned to equate motion with meaning that we cannot imagine that doing nothing could be intelligent. Consider nature. The tree does not strain to grow, it unfolds. The river does not push itself to flow, it moves because of gravity. The clouds drift, the seasons change, and not one of them needs a motivational quote to do so. Their being is their doing. They do not divide the world into progress and stagnation. They simply are, and that is enough. So when you find yourself unmotivated after awakening, it may not be a problem to solve, but a lesson to learn. Life is inviting you to rediscover a deeper rhythm, one that does not depend on the whip of the ego. For the first time, you are allowed to rest, to breathe, to exist without striving. And that can feel terrifying because it's so unfamiliar. The mind, when faced with stillness, becomes restless. It begins to invent new goals. Perhaps I should start manifesting. Perhaps I should find my life purpose. Perhaps I should help others awaken. These are subtle disguises of the same old game. The ego does not care what it's chasing, so long as it's chasing something. But awareness has no need to chase. It watches the play of desire rise and fall like waves upon the sea. It doesn't resist them, but it doesn't follow them either. It sees that all movement, even spiritual movement, happens within the same vast stillness that you already are. This is the irony of awakening. The moment you realize that everything is already it, you also realize that there's nothing left to do. And that's precisely when the human mind feels most lost. It craves projects, definitions, purposes. It asks, but what now? As though existence itself were not enough. You must understand motivation belongs to the realm of becoming, but awakening belongs to the realm of being. The two operate on different frequencies. When you awaken, the machinery of becoming winds down. It doesn't mean you'll never move again. It means movement will no longer be born of lack. And perhaps that is the true lesson. Before awakening, you act because you believe something is missing. After awakening, you see that nothing was ever missing, and so your actions change their flavor. They become spontaneous, effortless, playful. But before this natural action returns, there is often a long silence, a spiritual winter. In that winter, you may feel uninspired, tired, or disconnected. But don't try to fix it. It is not a mistake. It is a cleansing. The old motives are dissolving so that new, purer ones can appear not from the mind, but from life itself. Think of it like the stillness before spring. The ground looks barren, the air cold, the trees lifeless, but beneath the surface, everything is quietly preparing to bloom. In the same way, when your motivation disappears, your being is preparing to act again, not from compulsion, but from harmony. The secret is patience. Let yourself be still. Let the silence do its work. You don't need to invent meaning. Meaning will return on its own when the time is right. Because, you see, true purpose is not chosen, it's revealed. It's not something you plan, but something you notice. And it always arises when the ego has finally grown quiet enough to hear it. So if you find yourself drifting, don't panic. You haven't lost your way. You've simply stepped off the treadmill of constant doing. The world may call it laziness. Wisdom calls it awakening. Be still long enough, and you will see there is nothing wrong with the absence of drive. It is the space through which a new kind of energy begins to move, one that does not push, but pulls. Not ambition, but inspiration, not pressure, but peace. And in that peace, life begins again, not as a project, but as a play. There is a moment after the long silence of awakening when life begins to move again, but it no longer moves the way it used to. The old urgency is gone. You are not driven by hunger anymore. Yet somehow things still happen. Conversations appear, paths open, actions unfold. It is as if existence itself has taken over the steering wheel, and you are simply being carried. This is what the ancient sages called wu-wei, effortless action, the art of doing without forcing. It doesn't mean doing nothing. It means allowing the natural rhythm of things to move through you. When the ego stops interfering, when it stops shouting, "I must," then life begins to act on its own behalf. You may notice that you start to do things not because you should, but because they simply feel appropriate in the moment. There is no debate, no inner argument. The same way a bird doesn't plan to sing and yet sings, you find yourself speaking, creating, walking, helping, without any agenda behind it. Action becomes spontaneous, graceful, almost playful. At first, this can feel strange. We have spent so many years measuring worth by productivity that spontaneous action seems irresponsible. But in truth, the most natural work is done by those who have nothing to prove. When you are no longer seeking meaning, your every movement begins to express it. Think of the musician who stops performing to impress the crowd and instead plays for the sheer joy of sound. The melody that emerges from that state carries a depth no effort can produce. That is the same energy that returns after awakening, not ambition, but participation. You see, the problem with motivation, as the world understands it, is that it is always conditional. I must act in order to become. I must improve in order to deserve. But existence doesn't demand this bargain. The tree does not grow in order to earn sunlight. It grows because it is sunlight made visible. In the same way, when the illusion of separation fades, action becomes the natural radiance of being. When you realize this, life begins to flow again. Not because you make it flow, but because you stop standing in the way. You discover that inspiration arises like breathing, effortless, cyclical, renewing itself moment after moment. Yet even here, the mind sometimes returns with questions. If all is effortless, what about responsibility? What about discipline, goals? The world that still needs building. But understand, wu-wei is not chaos. It is order, deeper than control. It is the rhythm that runs beneath both rest and movement. The river does not need discipline to find the sea. Its path is shaped by the very landscape it flows through. Your life is the same. Every bend, every still pool, every rushing drop, all are guided by the larger terrain of existence. When you trust that, you realize that the flow never truly stops. It only changes tempo. Of course, there will still be days of confusion, days of fatigue. Enlightenment doesn't erase your humanity. It deepens it. The body still grows tired, the heart still feels loss, the mind still wanders. But now you see these not as obstacles, but as part of the music. There is no need to fight the downbeat, for it gives meaning to the rise that follows. When motivation seems to fade again, smile. It is simply another tide turning. Rest when you rest, move when you move. The universe breathes through both. Something beautiful happens once you stop chasing constant growth. Gratitude begins to appear. Not the gratitude that says thank you for this blessing, but the quiet awareness that every breath is a blessing. When you wake up and realize you need nothing, everything you touch feels sacred. You begin to notice how even the smallest things shimmer with significance. The sound of a kettle, the shadow of leaves, the warmth of sunlight through the window. These were always there, but the noise of striving kept you from hearing them. Now, without the noise, life itself becomes your meditation. And from that simplicity, creativity returns. True creativity is not born from effort, but from emptiness. A cup must be empty to be filled. When you stop trying to produce meaning, meaning pours in. You might paint again, write again, work again, but the energy behind it has changed. It is no longer a performance. It is communion. This is why great art, great love, and great wisdom all arise from surrender. They come from those who have ceased demanding that life makes sense. For when you stop forcing it to be extraordinary, it reveals that it always was. So, you see, motivation after awakening doesn't vanish forever. It transforms. It shifts from personal will to universal will, from I must to it moves. You become the instrument through which life plays its tune. Some days it's gentle, some days wild, but every note belongs. If you watch carefully, you will notice that everything around you already lives this way. The stars do not compete for brightness, each shines where it is. The waves do not envy the tide, each rises and falls in perfect timing. Even the silence between sounds is part of the song. To live like this is not to escape the world, but to see it clearly for the first time. You don't retreat from life, you melt into it. Work still happens, relationships still form, choices still appear, but they are lighter now, more fluid, less desperate. The strain is gone, and with that strain gone, a different kind of joy arises, not the explosive joy of victory, but the quiet joy of belonging. You realize you never had to conquer the world to find peace. You only had to stop fighting with it. In the end, what you called losing motivation was simply life changing its direction within you. You had been moving against the current for so long that when it finally turned you around, you mistook the ease for failure. But the current knows where it's going. It always has. So when you feel empty, remember, emptiness is not absence. It is space for new life to flow through. When you no longer rush to fill it, that is when the real work begins, the work that is done effortlessly, silently, perfectly. And one day, without planning it, you will notice yourself moving again, not because you decided to, but because the moment called for it. A friend will ask for help, a project will appear, a spark will rise. You will respond naturally, joyfully, without question. That is motivation after awakening, action born from stillness, movement rooted in peace. The paradox of it all is this: when you no longer need a reason to live, life gives you 1,000 of them. When you stop searching for purpose, purpose reveals itself in every gesture, every breath, every sunrise. So do not be troubled if your fire seems dim. The flame has not died, it has become light, and that light needs no fuel, it shines by its own nature. Rest in that knowing, act when it moves you. Trust that the same intelligence that turns the stars and blooms the flowers is guiding you now. You have not fallen off the path. You have simply arrived where the path was always leading, here in this unhurried now. It's strange, isn't it? How quickly the mind builds a little fortress around itself, as if the whole world were secretly plotting to invade. You hear a tone of voice, a passing comment, an unfinished sentence, and immediately snap, the mind declares, "Ah, that must be about me," as though you were the center of some cosmic committee meeting and everyone else had gathered specifically to evaluate your performance. But, it's rather comic when you look at it closely. Imagine carrying around an invisible clipboard, checking off imaginary judgments about yourself all day. You wouldn't do it deliberately, of course. Yet there you are, feeling stung because someone didn't smile quite the way you expected, or because a text message arrived with one less emoji than usual. We humans are brilliant at inventing stories and terrible at recognizing that they're inventions. The curious thing is, you weren't born like this. You didn't come into the world thinking anything was personal. A baby doesn't look at a frowning face and think, "My goodness, they must be disappointed in me." No, a baby just sees. But then, slowly, you learn the art of taking offense. You learn that a raised eyebrow might be a critique, or silence might be suspicion, or someone's own bad day might be a commentary on your worth. You become an interpreter of shadows, a translator of other people's moods. And sometimes, my friend, those interpretations feel so real that you forget you're the one imagining them.
You can notice this most clearly in those small, ordinary misunderstandings, the ones that happen on a Tuesday afternoon, for no grand reason at all. Perhaps you walk into a room, say something harmless, and someone responds a bit sharply. Instantly, the mind leaps. What did I do? Why did they speak like that? And before you've even had the chance to take a breath, a whole narrative has formed. A narrative starring you as the reason for their tone, their sigh, their impatience. But consider the possibility that their tone had absolutely nothing to do with you. Perhaps they slept poorly, or received troubling news, or simply wandered through a morning filled with minor frustrations. Yet the mind, ever eager to cast you in the role of central protagonist, insists otherwise. It's a bit like walking past a mirror and thinking the reflection is watching you first. Now, what I'd like you to see, not intellectually, but with a kind of gentle inner listening, is how much weight you place upon these imagined evaluations. How the body tightens, the breath shortens, the heart anticipates rejection before anything has actually happened. You might notice it even now, a subtle readiness to defend yourself, to justify, to explain, as though the world has asked a question it never actually voiced. There's an old joke I enjoy: the universe is under no obligation to understand you. But the reverse is also true: you are under no obligation to take the universe so seriously. You don't have to treat every passing expression as a coded message directed at your identity. Let's look at this from another angle. Most people walk through life absorbed in their own thoughts. Each person is the protagonist of their own private play, rehearsing their own lines, worrying about their own imagined audience. Think of the last time you were preoccupied, really preoccupied. Perhaps you were thinking of a bill or a memory or an upcoming decision. In those moments, you weren't thinking about other people at all. You were simply living inside your head. And if you were to step back and observe humanity as a whole, you'd see millions doing exactly the same thing, each carrying their own anxieties, joys, disappointments, hopes, each unable to fully understand even their own internal storms. When someone reacts poorly, behaves abruptly, or withdraws, it is far more likely that they are lost in their own weather than casting judgment upon yours. So when the mind hisses, "They must be thinking something about me," you can respond with a soft smile, "Well, perhaps they're simply thinking about themselves." There is a profound relief in realizing this, a lightness, because suddenly life becomes less of a performance and more of a shared wandering among equally bewildered travelers. But of course, the mind doesn't give up its habit easily. It enjoys making meaning. It thrives on the drama of interpreting everything as feedback. So let's explore the habit gently, the way you might watch a small animal scurrying about in a garden, neither judging nor interfering, just curious. Imagine you're walking down the street and someone glances at you briefly, then looks away. Instantly, a flicker of insecurity arises. Do I look odd? Did I do something wrong? Do they know something about me? But pause for a moment. You don't actually know what they saw. You don't even know if they saw you. The glance may have passed through you like light through a window, and yet the mind takes that neutral moment and paints a story on top of it. You might think of it as a reflex, like when the doctor taps your knee and your leg jerks forward without your permission. But unlike the knee reflex, this one is built from years of conditioning. You learned that approval meant safety, and disapproval meant danger. You learned it so deeply that the body responds even before the thought forms. But now you can unlearn it. Not by force, not by demanding yourself to stop caring. Caring is natural. Sensitivity is natural. You don't need to harden yourself into some kind of emotional stone. No, what frees you is not indifference, but understanding. Think of it like this. You are not the actor on a stage being scrutinized by an audience. You are the sky, and all these little judgments, real or imagined, are just passing weather. They drift in, they drift out, and none of them have any lasting claim over who you are. Sometimes I like to compare taking things personally to wearing an overly tight pair of shoes. At first you think, well, that's just how shoes feel. But after walking barefoot on grass, or even for a few moments on the floor, you suddenly realize, oh, it doesn't have to hurt like that. And once you feel the freedom of walking without them, it becomes very difficult to put them back on. So, my friend, perhaps you can experiment with slipping off those old shoes for a while. The next time someone expresses annoyance or seems distant, try observing the sensation in your body before assuming its meaning. You may feel a tightening in the throat, a flutter in the stomach, a sharpness in the mind. But instead of building a story, simply notice the sensation like you might notice wind brushing your skin. Here it is, and now it changes. In this way, you become less entangled in the drama and more aware of the simple reality of the moment. And the moment is always simpler than the story. You might also notice how often you take things personally because you've already been judging yourself. If someone says you're too quiet, the sting only lands because some part of you already feared that quietness was a flaw. If someone says you're too loud, the sting only lands because you believed loudness was inappropriate. In a sense, every time you feel hurt by someone's perception, you're really feeling hurt by your own. So the question becomes, why are you so suspicious of yourself? Somewhere along the way, you were taught to compare, to evaluate, to measure your worth against others. Yet the absurdity is those others were doing exactly the same thing. A chain of insecure people subtly convincing one another that they all must meet impossible standards. If you could see how much of people's behavior is shaped by their private fears, you'd rarely take anything personally again. Consider the person who criticizes you harshly. They may be projecting their own inner conflict. Consider the person who withdraws. They may be overwhelmed. Consider the one who seems judgmental. They may be desperate to feel in control. And consider the person who praises you excessively. They too may be seeking something, perhaps approval in return. But in each case, the behavior is about them, not you. You are merely the surface upon which their inner world momentarily reflects. You might think of life like a hall of mirrors, where everyone is carrying their own mirror and occasionally flashes it in your direction. What you see is not you, but the shape of their own mind at that moment. This realization doesn't isolate you, it connects you. It reminds you that all humans are struggling, learning, failing, healing, and that none of us truly know what we are doing. There is a great peace in recognizing the shared bewilderment of the human experience. Now let's pause for a moment, not to end anything, but simply to create a little breathing space inside this unfolding understanding. Notice the movement of your breath, not controlling, just noticing the rise, the fall, the quietness in between. Here, in this simple rhythm, nothing is personal. The breath isn't judging you. It isn't asking you to be someone else. It simply continues, soft and faithful. From this stillness, you may begin to see something quite extraordinary, that what you take personally is often nothing more than passing noise in the mind, a habitual echo, a reflexive tightening, and yet within you there is a deeper presence, one that observes without being wounded. That presence is your true strength. It's not armor. Armor is heavy. Presence is weightless. Armor protects by hardening. Presence protects by understanding. And when you rest in that presence, life begins to soften around you. You may find yourself laughing more easily at misunderstandings. You may find fewer storms where once there were tempests. You may find you no longer walk into rooms scanning for danger, but simply arriving as yourself. And what a relief that is to simply arrive. And notice something else, something subtle. When you stop bracing yourself against imagined judgment, the world becomes astonishingly gentle. Not because people change, but because you're no longer interpreting their every twitch as a verdict. You see, most of the pain of taking things personally comes not from the interaction itself, but from the echo that repeats inside your mind afterward, the replay, the speculation, the silent courtroom in which you serve as accused, witness, prosecutor, and judge all at once. A single moment becomes stretched across hours, pulled into shapes it never actually held. But the moment itself, if you look closely, is always far smaller than the story you attach to it. Perhaps someone spoke too quickly. Perhaps they didn't greet you as warmly as usual. Perhaps they looked distracted, or annoyed, or hesitant. But the real moment lasted only a few seconds. Everything after that was imagination. It's as though life hands you a brief spark and you turn it into a bonfire. Now imagine what would happen if you simply let the spark flicker and fade without feeding it with your fear. Imagine if you took people's moods the way you take the weather, sometimes sunny, sometimes stormy, sometimes gray, none of it a personal attack on your existence. You don't stand outside on a rainy day shouting at the clouds, "What have I done wrong?" You just take an umbrella. In this way, emotional weather is no different. People rain sometimes, people thunder, people drift in fog. It isn't your fault, it isn't your responsibility, and it certainly isn't a measure of your worth. Now, I don't want you to think this means you ignore your own feelings. Not at all. If something hurts, it hurts. But the question is, what are you attributing that hurt to? Are you assuming it's about you when it may simply be the other person's storm passing across the sky? If you learn to distinguish what belongs to you from what doesn't, your inner world becomes astonishingly clear. Think of a radio picking up static. The static isn't the radio's fault. The signal is coming from elsewhere. All the radio needs to do is recognize, this is interference, and not take it as proof that something inside it is broken. You are that radio. You are receiving signals all the time from people who are confused, tired, overwhelmed, lost, insecure, frustrated, and often you interpret their static as a judgment of your signal. But nothing is wrong with your signal, my friend. Nothing has ever been wrong with it. Now, let's slip into a quieter space for a moment. Let the words slow down, like walking through a hallway that becomes gradually dimmer, softer, more peaceful. Let the tone settle, like dust drifting in a sunbeam. When you look closely, you might discover that the urge to take things personally is actually a longing, an innocent longing to feel seen, understood, valued. It comes from sensitivity, not weakness. From caring, not insecurity. You want to connect. You want to know your place in the world. You want to feel you matter. And none of that is wrong. But when you try to find that reassurance in other people's reactions, the ground under your feet becomes very unstable because people are unpredictable. Their attention shifts. Their moods change. Their capacity to show affection fluctuates. And if your sense of self depends on that, you'll sway with every breeze. So perhaps the deeper invitation is not simply to stop taking things personally, but to root yourself in a place where affirmation is not required from outside. A place where you know your own worth without waiting for anyone else to confirm it. This doesn't mean becoming aloof or independent in a hardened way. It means recognizing that your value is your birthright, not something earned through other people's approval. Imagine standing in a room full of mirrors, but this time, instead of seeing distorted reflections of yourself in others, you close your eyes, you breathe, you feel the space around you. And suddenly you realize you don't need the mirrors at all. You already know you exist. You already know you're here. You already know you're enough. Now, with that quiet recognition, you open your eyes again. And all those reflections, the opinions, the glances, the careless remarks lose their power. They become ripples rather than waves. Movements on the surface rather than threats to your depth. You might begin to notice something beautiful. When you no longer take things personally, you become more compassionate. You see others more clearly. You respond instead of reacting. You become curious rather than defensive. If someone is rude, you wonder gently, what burden are they carrying? If someone is distant, you think, perhaps they're hurting. If someone is sharp, you consider, maybe they feel insecure right now. Not as excuses, but as understanding. People soften in the presence of someone who doesn't make their behavior about themselves. Your steadiness becomes a kind of shelter. Now, imagine this in your day-to-day life. Someone snaps at you, and instead of tensing, you remain present. You don't retreat. You don't attack. You simply see them. And in that moment, something magical happens. Your lack of defensiveness disarms their narrative. They realize, often unconsciously, that they are not fighting you, they are fighting themselves. And sometimes, that alone helps them stop. But even if it doesn't, you remain free. You're not entangled in their storm. You are not dragged into their turbulence. You are the clear space through which it passes. At this point, you might wonder, but what about genuine conflict? What about times when something is directed at me? And yes, life includes such moments. But even then, taking things personally is rarely helpful. You can respond to truth without self-judgment. You can set boundaries without feeling attacked. You can hear criticism without collapsing into self-doubt. Because the moment you're rooted in understanding, not defensiveness, you can tell the difference between helpful feedback and someone else's projection. And once you can see that difference, your world becomes astonishingly simple. Now, let's slow down again. There is a veil that lifts when you stop tying your identity to other people's emotional weather. You start to feel the natural spaciousness of your own being. You begin to sense that behind the personality you present to the world, behind your roles, behind the stories you tell about yourself, there is something open, quiet, unhurt, untouched. It has been there all along, watching your life unfold like someone watching waves rise and fall on the shore. When someone praises you, this presence watches. When someone criticizes you, it watches. When someone misunderstands you, it watches. It isn't cold or detached. It is simply still. And from this stillness comes profound strength. Strength that doesn't need to assert itself. Strength that doesn't need to compete. Strength that doesn't crumble at a frown. It's the kind of strength that comes from knowing that you don't have to prove anything. Now, you might feel something inside you relax just a little. A loosening, like the untying of a knot that has been held too tightly for too long. And as that knot loosens, you realize how much of your life has been spent bracing for disapproval, for misunderstanding, for subtle threats that were never truly there. Imagine living without that constant bracing. Imagine waking up and stepping into the world without the armoring around your heart. Imagine feeling light, easy, unafraid of the shifting moods of others. Imagine knowing, with quiet confidence, whatever others are feeling, it is theirs to feel. Whatever I am, it is enough. And here, you may notice another paradox not stated, just felt. When you stop taking things personally, you don't become distant from life. You become more intimate with it. You hear people more fully because you're not filtering their words through fear. You see people more clearly because you're not protecting yourself from their opinions. You love more freely because your heart is no longer clenched around the need to be validated. And the world responds to this freedom. People feel safer around you. Conversations become more honest. Relationships become less about control and more about presence. Slowly, quietly, beautifully, life begins to breathe again. Now let the words fall even more gently. There is nothing you must do to stop taking things personally. Nothing you must fix. Nothing you must force. All that's needed is awareness. A small shift in the place from which you listen to life. The next time you feel the sting of someone's reaction, pause just for the briefest moment. Not to analyze, not to defend, but to notice the space inside you that remains untouched. The space that knows, this is their weather, this is their mirror. This is not a verdict on my existence. And from that place, you may smile not outwardly, but inwardly. A smile that says, ah, I see. A smile that does not reject, but understands. And eventually, perhaps without trying, you may realize you've stepped into a life where the world no longer feels like a test, where people's opinions no longer... When life feels too heavy, it is not because the world has changed. It is because we have been carrying things that were never meant to be carried in the first place. There is a quiet burden that sits on the shoulders of so many of us, and it is not always obvious at first. We think it is the work we must do, the deadlines we must meet, the expectations we cannot escape. We think it is the people around us, the constant noise, the opinions that swirl through our lives. But the heaviest weight is often invisible. It is the weight we give to our own thoughts, to our own judgments, to the relentless pressure we place upon ourselves to be someone we think we ought to be. It is exhausting, and it can leave us feeling isolated, as though no one understands how heavy the air feels, how difficult it is to rise each day and face the responsibilities that pile upon us. It is important to notice these feelings, to allow yourself to recognize them.
Many people try to push them aside or convince themselves that they are weak if they cannot bear the strain. They distract themselves with busy work, with noise, with small victories that never quite reach the heart of the problem. The burden remains because it is not about the tasks, it is about the way we relate to life itself. We try to control it, to shape it, to bend it to our will, and when life refuses to cooperate, we feel frustration, despair, and a sense of futility. You might think that if you could just be stronger or more disciplined or more capable, that the weight would lift, but it does not. Strength is not the answer in the way we have been taught to believe. Strength is not about holding on more tightly or pushing harder. Strength is about seeing clearly and learning when to release, when to let go, when to stop trying to carry what is not yours to carry. There is a curious paradox in life that so many of us miss. We think that life is a problem to solve when it is not. We think that the right way to live is to struggle against the current when the current is not our enemy. It is a river flowing, and we are swimming within it. When we resist, we exhaust ourselves. When we allow ourselves to move with it, even in small ways, we discover a rhythm, a subtle intelligence that exists beyond the effort of our minds. This does not mean giving up or abandoning responsibility. It means recognizing that there is a natural order to things, and that sometimes our attempts to force outcomes create more suffering than the circumstances themselves. Take a moment to remember a time when you were overwhelmed, and yet something shifted without your effort. Perhaps it was the sun breaking through a cloudy morning, the voice of a friend speaking a simple truth, or even a moment of silence that allowed your mind to rest. In those brief instants, there is a hint of what it feels like to release the weight. It is not about removing all challenges, but about changing the way we encounter them. Life can be demanding, but we do not have to meet it with endless resistance. There is a choice in how we respond, a space to breathe, a pause between what happens and how we react. In that space, the weight loses its oppressive quality, and we discover that we have always been capable of moving through difficulty more lightly than we imagined. Most of us fear that if we let go, we will fall. We are taught to think that holding on tightly is the measure of care, of dedication, of love. Yet the opposite is true in so many ways. There is freedom in releasing the compulsion to control. There is clarity in seeing things as they are, not as we wish them to be. Our minds are often filled with stories of what should have been, who should have done what, how the world ought to operate, and in believing these stories, we carry unnecessary burdens. Step back and observe them. Notice the tension in your body, the contraction in your chest, the tightness in your jaw. These are signals that you are carrying weight that is not inherent in the moment. Awareness alone begins to lighten the load, because to be conscious of the burden is to no longer be trapped by it. Consider the way a tree stands through a storm. The branches bend with the wind. The trunk sways without breaking. The tree does not fight the storm, but moves with it. We humans often imagine that resilience requires rigidity, that we must remain unyielding. Yet, true resilience is the capacity to bend without fracturing, to adapt without losing one's essence. There is elegance in this approach to life, an ease that comes from understanding that we do not need to dominate every circumstance. We only need to meet it with awareness, with presence, with a gentle attention that honors both the challenge and our capacity to endure. It can be helpful to imagine setting down invisible bags that we carry, one by one, acknowledging the contents of each and asking yourself if it is yours to carry. Guilt that is inherited responsibility for outcomes that were never under your control, and expectations placed upon you by others often weigh heavily. Recognize them and allow them to exist without clinging. Let them settle around you like leaves in a stream. They are part of the landscape, but they do not need to become your weight. In this simple act, we begin to glimpse the possibility of living with a lighter heart and a more spacious mind. There is also a need to consider the flow of time. Many of us live as though the past is a burden we must bear indefinitely. We replay mistakes over and over in our minds. We imagine regrets as anchors that hold us down. Yet the past is unchangeable, and what matters is the present moment, the space in which we can act, choose, and move. To carry yesterday with us as if it defines who we are, only increases the pressure. Let go of the stories you tell yourself about failure and loss. They are part of life, but they are not the sum of your being. Your life is happening now, and even amidst heaviness, there are moments of relief that are accessible if you allow yourself to notice them. Even the body carries weight in ways that mirror the mind. Shoulders tight, stomach knotted, chest contracted, jaw clenched. These tensions are signals not just of stress, but of the refusal to let life move naturally. Practices of gentle awareness, of noticing breath, of stretching without force, can serve as reminders that the body is capable of releasing as the mind is capable of surrendering. Each exhale becomes a small letting go. Each pause in thought a subtle relief. The process does not need to be dramatic, it does not need to be complete. Small movements, small recognitions accumulate into a profound transformation over time. There is a universality to this experience. Everyone at some point feels overwhelmed by existence, by the responsibilities of life, by the weight of expectations. The realization that life itself is not against us, but is instead a flow we inhabit, can bring a deep sense of comfort. You are not weak for feeling tired. You are not failing for struggling. The heaviness is a signal, an invitation to awaken to the possibility of a different relationship with life, a more spacious and forgiving one. Look at the people around you and you will see the same subtle burdens reflected in posture, in speech, in quiet sighs. We are all learning how to navigate a world that often asks too much while offering so little clarity in return. To carry this understanding with compassion toward yourself and others is a powerful act. It reminds you that you are human and that the shared experience of life is both heavy and luminous, both difficult and extraordinary. Allow yourself to feel this truth fully. There is no shame in recognizing heaviness. There is no failure in admitting that you cannot carry everything. Awareness alone begins to dissolve the illusion that you must. When you pause to breathe, to observe, to release even slightly, you create space for life to move through you with less strain. It is in this movement that we find subtle joy even in hardship, relief even in challenge, and the possibility of connecting with life without the constant sense of struggle. The act of letting go does not mean abandoning life or responsibility. It means understanding the difference between what requires your presence and effort and what is simply the flow of existence around you. By discerning between these two, by gently releasing what is unnecessary, you cultivate freedom. Freedom is not the absence of difficulty, but the absence of needless resistance. It is the discovery that even amidst the weight, life can have moments of lightness that are tangible, real, and accessible. It is in these moments that we glimpse the deeper truth of living. We see that heaviness is not the end, that struggle is not a permanent state, that life is not something to be endured, but something to be experienced. And in this recognition, the heart softens, the mind relaxes, and the body unwinds. We become participants in life rather than captives of it. Every day offers small opportunities to practice this awareness. A walk in nature, listening deeply to a friend, noticing a sunset, or simply sitting with your breath. Each is a reminder that even if life feels heavy, we can meet it with presence. We can allow it to move through us rather than weigh upon us. Each small act of noticing, of breathing, of releasing, is a step toward living lightly, even in a world that often asks us to bear more than we can. Take a moment now to acknowledge the heaviness you feel. Observe it. Name it if you can. And then imagine it dissolving into the flow of life, not disappearing suddenly, but gently easing away. Notice how your posture shifts, how your chest opens slightly, how the mind feels a bit clearer. These small shifts are powerful. They remind you that heaviness is not a permanent identity. You are not the weight you carry. You are the awareness that notices it. This chapter has explored the subtle burdens we carry, the invisible pressures that weigh on us, and the ways awareness and surrender can begin to lighten the load. There is more to discover in this journey. In the next chapter, we will explore the deeper philosophical and spiritual dimensions of releasing heaviness and finding a profound sense of freedom and ease in life. Consider for a moment how much of your life is spent trying to control things that are inherently uncontrollable. We try to dictate the behavior of others, to predict outcomes, to prevent mistakes, to manage what is beyond our grasp. This is exhausting. The mind becomes a battlefield of endless strategizing, and the heart becomes tense with worry. Yet there is a remarkable shift when we recognize that life flows in ways we cannot fully anticipate. There is freedom in releasing the compulsion to force every outcome, and in trusting that even within uncertainty there is a pattern, a rhythm, a subtle order that can guide us if we are attentive. The pressure of life often comes from comparing our journey to others. We measure our success, our worth, our progress against people who walk different paths with different circumstances. Comparison is a weight that is entirely optional. When we stop measuring ourselves against others and begin to observe our own path, we discover a deeper alignment with who we are. Our goals, our joys, our struggles become unique expressions of life, unfolding in its own way. We are not failing if we do not meet arbitrary standards. We are participating in the natural flow of our own existence. It is important to remember that heaviness is not a punishment. It is a signal. It is life inviting us to pause, to look more closely, to reconsider how we are moving through it. The pressure, the fatigue, the sense of being overwhelmed can all become teachers. If we meet them with curiosity rather than resistance, we begin to understand their purpose. They reveal what we value, what we fear, what we are clinging to, and what we can gently release. One way to practice this is through noticing the small sensations in the body. Life's heaviness often manifests physically as tension in the shoulders, a tightness in the chest, a constriction in the jaw. By turning attention toward these sensations and simply observing them without judgment, we create a pause. In that pause, the weight begins to shift. The mind begins to follow the body, and a small sense of ease emerges. It does not require heroic effort. It requires attention, presence, and a willingness to allow life to move through us rather than be blocked by us. Another dimension of releasing heaviness is understanding the nature of thought itself. Thoughts are not commands, they are phenomena. They arise and fade like clouds passing through the sky. We often mistake them for reality and cling to them as if they are the truth. This clinging creates tension. By noticing thoughts as transient and letting them pass without resistance, we free ourselves from the unnecessary weight they impose. Awareness of the mind's movement is the beginning of liberation. There is a simple metaphor that may help. Imagine a bird carrying a small stone in its claw. The bird flies, but the stone weighs it down. Now imagine the bird letting go of the stone. The bird does not stop flying. It does not fall. It soars with ease and grace. Life is much the same. The stones we clutch are often optional. Recognizing them and releasing them allows us to move more lightly, more freely, more joyfully through the currents of existence. It is also essential to consider our relationship with time. Many people carry the past as if it were a heavy load they cannot leave behind. Regret, guilt, and sorrow become anchors that impede movement. Similarly, fear of the future creates tension and anxiety. True ease emerges when we inhabit the present moment fully. The present is where life unfolds. It is where choice and action are possible. By dwelling in now, even briefly, we release the weight of what was and the worry of what might be. This does not mean forgetting lessons from the past or ignoring the future. It means engaging with them without attachment. We can learn from experience without being defined by it. We can plan for the future without being consumed by it. The heaviness of life is diminished when we distinguish between what is immediate and what is imagined. Presence is the key that unlocks relief. There is also a relational dimension to consider. Many of the weights we carry involve others, expectations, judgments, and attachments can burden us. By observing our relationships with compassion and honesty, we can release unnecessary strain. We do not need to fix others or conform to their desires. We can engage authentically without absorbing their weight as our own. Boundaries, when practiced with care, are not limitations but liberations. They allow us to move through life without accumulating needless pressure. Even in the midst of challenge, there is room for joy. The moments that surprise us, the laughter that bubbles unexpectedly, the beauty that reveals itself in ordinary life, all remind us that life is not entirely heavy. By learning to notice these moments, we cultivate a counterbalance to pressure. Joy does not cancel difficulty, but it softens it. It creates space between the weight and ourselves and reminds us that existence has many dimensions, many rhythms, many textures. Spiritual insight deepens this understanding. In most philosophical traditions, the idea is the same life is not something to dominate, but something to participate in. There is a flow, an intelligence, a current that we are part of, whether we acknowledge it or not. Resistance creates struggle. Engagement without clinging creates freedom. When we recognize that we are not separate from life, that life is not an enemy to be conquered, the heaviness begins to dissolve. Presence, awareness, and acceptance become tools of liberation. Practice can take many forms. Meditation, mindful walking, listening deeply to another person, observing nature, or even simply breathing consciously, all remind us of this truth. The practices are not magic. They do not erase difficulty. They reveal our capacity to meet it differently. Each moment of noticing, each act of letting go, accumulates into profound change. Over time, the constant background weight of life diminishes, and we discover a quieter, lighter, more spacious way of being. It is helpful to remember that heaviness is not a personal failing. Everyone experiences it. Everyone at times feels overwhelmed. By observing this universality, we connect with others and with ourselves. Compassion for ourselves and for the shared human experience softens tension. It is a gentle reminder that difficulty is part of life, that it is not a reflection of inadequacy, and that release is always possible. The process of lightening life's weight is continuous. It requires patience, kindness, and persistence. Small moments matter. Pauses in thought, moments of attention to breath, brief acknowledgements of sensation and feeling, noticing joy and beauty, practicing presence in everyday tasks, observing the impermanence of thoughts and emotions, and engaging with life without rigid attachment, all of these contribute. The river flows, and we learn to move with it rather than against it. As we conclude this reflection, know that life's heaviness is not permanent. It is a condition that invites awareness, presence, and release. The pressures, the fears, the burdens, all serve as teachers if we meet them consciously. Step into the flow, observe the weight without clinging, breathe deeply, allow life to move through you. And in doing so, discover the subtle freedom, the gentle ease, and the profound lightness that is always available when we stop resisting and start participating. Even as you face responsibilities and challenges, even as you feel the pull of expectations and pressures, remember this: you are not the weight you carry. You are the awareness that notices it. And awareness has the capacity to release, to soften, to lighten, and to move through life with grace. This is not a promise of a perfect life. Life will remain complex and sometimes difficult, but it is a promise of freedom from unnecessary struggle and a reminder that even when life feels too heavy, it is possible to experience relief, clarity, and presence. Take a moment now to breathe, to notice, and to feel the difference that small awareness brings. You are not alone in this. Everyone navigates the currents of life, and in noticing the weight, releasing what is optional, and engaging fully with the present, we participate in life rather than being crushed by it. There is no final destination. There is only the journey and the manner in which we move through it. Let it be lighter, let it be conscious, let it be present, and let it be deeply, profoundly your own.
Now here is a rather curious thing. You wake up one morning and something has changed. Not outside, mind you, but inside. You see through the games, the rat race, the endless pursuit of more. You understand, perhaps for the first time, that the meaning of life is just to be alive. It is so plain and so obvious and so simple. Yet everybody rushes around in a great panic as if it were necessary to achieve something beyond themselves. And then comes the peculiar problem. The bills still arrive, the rent is still due, the bank account still dwindles, and you find yourself in this strange position, spiritually awake but financially broke. What a cosmic joke this is. You look around and see people who are fast asleep, utterly unconscious, chasing money like hungry ghosts, and they seem to be doing rather well. Their bank accounts are full, their houses are large, their cars are new. And here you are, having seen through the illusion, and you cannot pay your electric bill. What is going on? Let me tell you something. This is not an accident. This is not some terrible mistake in the cosmic ordering of things. This is precisely how it must be, at least for a time. And if you understand why, you will stop fighting it, and you will begin to see the extraordinary gift hidden in this struggle. You see, money is a very peculiar thing. It is not wealth at all. It is a way of measuring wealth, a symbol, a token, a kind of social agreement. Real wealth is the air you breathe, the water you drink, the food that nourishes your body, the shelter that keeps you warm. Money is simply the bookkeeping. But we have become so enchanted with the bookkeeping that we have forgotten what it was supposed to represent. Think about it. Here is a man with $1 million in the bank. He sits in his office worrying about the stock market, checking his accounts, calculating his net worth. He has forgotten to taste his coffee. He has forgotten to feel the sun on his skin. He has forgotten that he is breathing. Ha ha ha. Is this man wealthy? Or is he so busy counting his tokens that he has lost touch with the actual treasure? When you awaken spiritually, something very interesting happens. You stop being hypnotized by the symbols. You stop mistaking the menu for the meal. The recipe is not the dinner. The map is not the territory. And suddenly, money loses its grip on you. It stops being the most important thing. It stops being the goal of your life. This is wonderful. This is liberation. But it creates a practical problem because the world around you has not woken up. The landlord still wants his rent in dollars, not in enlightenment. The grocer will not accept spiritual wisdom in exchange for bread. And so you find yourself caught between two worlds. Awake in a sleeping world, trying to live by one set of values while surrounded by another. Now, let me tell you why this happens to nearly everyone who begins to wake up. The first reason is very simple. When you awaken, you lose your motivation for the game. You see, most people work not because they love the work, but because they are afraid. Afraid of being poor, afraid of being judged, afraid of being left behind in the great race. Fear is the fuel that drives the economic machine. But when you wake up, the fear begins to dissolve. You realize that you came into this world with nothing, and you will leave with nothing. You understand that the purpose of life is not to arrive at death safely with a well-preserved bank account, but to skid in sideways, thoroughly used up, totally worn out, laughing all the way. The terror of poverty loses its teeth. And without that fear driving you, you naturally slow down. You stop clawing your way to the top. You stop sacrificing your present for some imaginary secure future. This is beautiful. This is health. But in a world organized around fear and competition, it means you will probably make less money, at least for a while. The second reason is that awakening has a way of making your old interests fall away. Think about it. Before you woke up, perhaps you were fascinated by climbing the corporate ladder, by impressing your neighbors, by acquiring status symbols. These things gave you energy. They motivated you. They got you out of bed in the morning. But then you see through them. You understand that status is just a game of make-believe, that the corporate ladder leads nowhere in particular, that your neighbors are not paying as much attention to you as you thought. And suddenly, these pursuits feel hollow. They feel like trying to polish plastic cups when you have discovered the mountain spring. You may still go to work, you may still pay your bills, but the fire has gone out of the old ambitions. You are no longer willing to sell your soul for a paycheck. You are no longer willing to spend hours doing work that feels meaningless just to accumulate more tokens. And naturally, this affects your financial situation. Now, here is the third reason, and this one is quite subtle. When you awaken, you become aware of how the money system actually works. And this awareness can make you somewhat reluctant to participate fully in it. You see that the whole economic game is based on fear, on scarcity, on the illusion that there is not enough to go around. You see how it turns people into competitors, into enemies, how it makes them forget their basic humanity. You understand that the person with the most money is not necessarily the most successful human being. In fact, you begin to suspect that the pursuit of wealth often creates a kind of poverty of spirit, a narrowing of consciousness, a loss of the very things that make life worth living. And so you hesitate. You hold back. You do not throw yourself completely into the game because you have seen the cost of winning. This is not laziness. This is wisdom. But it means you will probably not get rich, at least not in the conventional sense. Let me tell you a story. There was once a fisherman who lived by the sea. Every day he would go out in his small boat, catch enough fish to feed his family, and sell a few at the market. Then he would come home, have lunch with his wife, take a nap in the afternoon, play with his children in the evening, and spend the night making music with his friends. One day a wealthy businessman came to visit. He saw the fisherman resting in the afternoon and said, "Why are you not out fishing? You could catch more fish." "Why would I want to catch more fish?" the fisherman asked. "Well, if you caught more fish, you could sell them and make more money. And then what would I do with the money? You could buy a bigger boat," the businessman explained. "With a bigger boat, you could catch even more fish. Eventually, you could buy several boats, hire other people to fish for you, and become very wealthy." "And then what?" the fisherman asked. "Then you could retire and spend your days resting in the afternoon, playing with your children, and making music with your friends in the evening." The fisherman smiled. "But that is what I am doing now." Do you see? The fisherman had not failed to understand how to make money. He had simply seen through the illusion that making money was the point. He's already living the life that the businessman would spend years trying to earn. He was already wealthy in the only way that matters. When you wake up spiritually, you become more like the fisherman. You realize that the goal everyone is chasing is already available right now. The peace they hope to buy with retirement savings is available in this breath. The security they think money will provide is already here in the simple fact of being alive. The freedom they imagine wealth will bring is already present when you stop being enslaved by the need for more. But here is what happens next. Once you see this, once you really understand it, you face a choice. Do you continue to play the money game with full knowledge that it is just a game? Or do you drop out entirely? And this is where many awakened people get stuck. They think the answer is to reject money altogether, to become penniless wanderers. But this is just another trap. This is the ego in spiritual clothing. True awakening is not about rejecting money any more than it is about chasing it. It is about seeing money for what it actually is, a useful instrument, nothing more, nothing less. When you are truly awake, you can use money without being used by it. You can play the game without being played by the game. The question is not whether you should have money or not have money. The question is whether money has you. Can you hold it lightly? Can you use it when you need it, and let it go when you do not? Can you make it without losing your soul and spend it without losing your freedom? This is the art. This is the dance. And it takes time to learn. This is why so many people who wake up go through a period of financial difficulty. They are learning to dance a new dance. They are discovering how to live in the world, but not be of it. They are finding out how to support themselves without selling themselves. And during this learning period, there will be struggles. The old ways of making money do not work anymore, because they required you to be asleep, to be driven by fear, to be motivated by greed. But the new ways have not yet revealed themselves. You are in the gap, the space between the old life and the new. And in this space there is often very little money. But listen carefully. This gap is sacred. This struggle is holy. You are not being punished. You are being transformed. The universe is not withholding abundance from you. It is teaching you a new relationship with abundance. Think of it this way. A snake must shed its old skin in order to grow. During the shedding process, it is vulnerable. Its old protection is falling away, and the new skin is not yet hardened. But if the snake tried to hold on to its old skin out of fear, it would die. It must go through the vulnerable period in order to grow into something larger. This is what is happening to you. Your old relationship with money, your old way of surviving in the world, it is falling away. And yes, it is uncomfortable. Yes, it is frightening. But if you try to cling to the old ways, if you try to go back to sleep just to feel financially secure, you will suffocate. You cannot unknow what you know. You cannot unsee what you have seen. The only way through is forward. The only way out is through. And on the other side of this difficulty, there is a new way of being in the world, a way that is both spiritually awake and financially functional, a way that allows you to have enough without needing to have everything, a way that allows you to work without making work your identity, a way that allows you to use money as a means without making it the end. But you have to trust the process. You have to have faith that the universe is not going to let you starve. After all, the birds do not have bank accounts, and yet they are fed. The flowers do not worry about their net worth, and yet they are clothed in beauty. If nature takes care of every sparrow, every blade of grass, will it not take care of you? This does not mean you sit back and do nothing. It does not mean you become irresponsible. It means you act from a different place. You act from love rather than fear. You work because the work is there to be done, not because you are trying to prove your worth. You earn money because money is useful, not because money is everything. And here is what I have observed. When people make this change, when they truly let go of the fear and start living from a place of trust, money often begins to flow more easily. Not always, not immediately, but eventually. Because when you are not grasping at money, when you are not strangling every opportunity with desperation, you become more creative. You become more relaxed. You become more attractive to work with, more pleasant to do business with, more open to possibilities. Muddy water is best cleared by leaving it alone. When you stop thrashing about trying to force financial success, when you stop panicking about every bill, when you simply allow yourself to be present with what is, something shifts. The water begins to clear, solutions appear, opportunities arise. Not because you are trying to make them happen, but because you have stopped blocking them with your anxiety. But let me be very clear about something. This does not mean you will become wealthy in the conventional sense. You may never have $1 million in the bank. You may never own a large house or a fancy car, and that is perfectly fine, because you will have something far more valuable. You will have your life back. You will have your time. You will have your peace. You will have yourself. The spiritually awake person eventually discovers that there are two kinds of poverty. There is the poverty of not having enough money, which is temporary and can be solved. And there is the poverty of selling your soul for money, which is permanent and can destroy you, Better to be broke for a season than to be rich and dead inside forever. And so here you are, spiritually awake and financially struggling. What do? First, you stop fighting it. You stop seeing your financial difficulty as evidence that something is wrong with you, or that God has abandoned you, or that you have failed. You see it for what it is, a transition period, a time of learning, a sacred passage from one way of being to another. Second, you do what you can do. You find work that does not violate your soul. You pay your bills as best you can. You live simply. You ask for help when you need it. There is no shame in this. The universe takes care of itself through people helping each other. Allow yourself to be helped. Third, you trust. You trust that you are exactly where you need to be. You trust that this difficulty has something to teach you. You trust that the same intelligence that grew your body from a single cell, that beats your heart without your effort, that breathes you while you sleep, this intelligence is not going to abandon you now. You are held. You are supported. You are loved. Not by money, but by the source of all things. And finally, you remember what you have already learned. The meaning of life is not in having, or achieving, or accumulating. The meaning of life is in the living itself, in the breathing, in the seeing, in the tasting. You are already rich beyond measure if you would only stop long enough to notice. You have eyes that can see a sunset. You have ears that can hear music. You have a body that can feel the warmth of the sun. You have a mind that can know wonder. You have a heart that can feel love. These are the real treasures. These are what matter, and they cannot be bought or sold. So yes, you may be broke, but you are awake. And that awakening is worth more than all the money in all the banks, in all the world. Because money can buy you many things, but it cannot buy you consciousness. It cannot buy you freedom. It cannot buy you the peace of knowing who you really are. You are not a person who has or does not have money. You are the awareness in which having and not having appear and disappear like clouds in the sky. The clouds come and go, but the sky remains. You are the sky, and the sky is never poor, never lacking, never in need. This does not pay the rent, I know, but it changes everything about how you relate to the rent. It means you can face financial difficulty without losing yourself. It means you can be broke without being broken. It means you can struggle without despair, because you know that your worth is not measured in dollars, and your life is not defined by your bank balance. The spiritually awake are often financially struggling not because they are being punished, but because they are learning something the sleeping world has forgotten. They are learning that life is not about money. They are learning that the real wealth is consciousness itself. They are learning that you can live richly on very little if you are awake enough to see the abundance that is already here. This learning takes time. This learning costs something. Sometimes what it costs is money. But what you gain in return is invaluable. You gain your soul. You gain your freedom. You gain the ability to live in this world without being consumed by it. You gain the wisdom to use money without being used by it. And eventually, in ways you cannot predict and according to a timeline you cannot control, the financial situation often begins to improve. Not because you go back to sleep and start chasing money again, but because you have learned to be awake and functional at the same time. You have learned to meet the practical demands of life without forgetting the spiritual truth of life. But even if the money never comes, even if you live your whole life with very little, you will still be wealthier than those who have everything but know nothing. Because you know who you are. You know what matters. You know that you are the universe, looking at itself through these particular eyes, breathing itself through these particular lungs, experiencing itself through this particular life. And that, my friends, is the real gold. Everything else is just paper. So if you are spiritually awake and financially struggling, take heart, you are not doing it wrong. You are going through what must be gone through. Trust the process. Do what you can. And remember always that the one who is struggling is not who you really are. The real you, the awareness that watches all of this, cannot be touched by poverty or wealth. It simply is, and it is enough. The meaning of life is just to be alive. Not to be rich, not to be successful, not to prove anything or achieve anything or accumulate anything. Just to be alive, to breathe, to see, to feel, to know. And this you are already doing. This you have always been doing. This you cannot fail to do. So play the game of money if you must. Pay your bills, feed yourself, take care.
You know, it's a rather funny thing. People often imagine that when they come to listen to a lecture, they must sit upright, alert, prepared to learn, as though they were attending a class in school. But what I want you to do tonight is something quite different. I'd like you to do nothing at all. That may sound odd, but it's the most important instruction I could give. Simply rest. Simply be here. Let the words come and go, like waves upon the shore. There's no need to cling to them, no need to remember them. If you drift into sleep, you have not missed a thing, because what is true has a way of remaining with you, whether you try to grasp it or not. So as you listen, perhaps lying down, perhaps sitting comfortably, just imagine that we are together in a quiet room where there is no urgency. The world outside may hurry, but in here there is only ease. There is nothing to solve, nothing to fix, nothing to achieve. Only this: listening, drifting, perhaps forgetting, and perhaps remembering in another way. And what is it we are remembering? Well, that is the curious part. For what I wish to share with you is not new knowledge, not a fact to be memorized, but something far simpler, the recognition of what you already are. Not what you should be, not what you will become, but what you have always been, though it is so near, so intimate, that we often overlook it. You see, a fish does not notice the water in which it swims. A bird hardly pauses to think of the air that carries it. And in just the same way, we seldom notice the ground of consciousness in which all experience appears. We take it for granted, and in taking it for granted, we overlook the very essence of our being. Consciousness is not a thing you can hold in your hand. It is not an object among other objects. It is the background, the field, the invisible stage upon which all the colors and shapes of life play their dance. Try, for a moment, to step outside of it, and you will find you cannot. For everything you attempt is already within it. Even the thought that asks, "What is consciousness?" arises in consciousness. Now, you might think that sounds terribly abstract, but it is not meant to be. Consider, instead, how the stars appear against the night sky. Their light would mean nothing without the darkness between them. Music would not exist without silence between the notes. Every form requires a background, and consciousness is the background of all. But here is the paradox. The background cannot be seen in the same way that figures can. It is too close, too constant, too obvious. It is like your own eyes, through which you see the world, but which you do not see directly. And so the question, what is consciousness, is rather like asking, what is it that looks? You can ask the question forever, and yet the answer eludes you. For the answer is the very asking itself. So let us not struggle to pin it down with a definition. Instead, let us notice how it appears in everything. The taste of your breath as it moves in and out, the weight of your body upon the bed, the faint hum of sound in the room, the flickering of thought that rises and falls like little waves. All of this is consciousness, not a thing separate from the world, but the world itself in its shimmering appearance. Now, you might say, but is not consciousness inside my head? Is it not produced by the brain? That is a very common idea, and in some ways a useful one. But pause for a moment. The brain itself, as you know it, is something you see in pictures, or touch in models, or imagined from diagrams, but every picture, every diagram, every idea arises in consciousness. So which came first, the brain that produces consciousness, or the consciousness in which the brain appears? It is a puzzle, like the chicken and the egg. Yet the truth may be simpler than either choice. Perhaps brain and consciousness, world and mind, inside and outside, are not separate things at all, but two sides of one process, like the crest and the trough of a wave. You cannot have one without the other. They appear together, they arise together, they vanish together. Think of weaving the warp and the weft. Alone, each is only a thread. Together, they form the cloth. In just the same way, what we call the material and what we call the mental are interwoven, inseparable. Consciousness is not floating in a void apart from matter, nor is it merely a byproduct of machinery. It is the very pattern, the ongoing dance of existence itself. And this is important for you listening now as you rest, because so often we think of ourselves as something inside the body, a little driver behind the eyes, piloting this complicated machine. But what if it is the other way round? What if the body is not your possession, but your expression? What if the world around you is not outside you at all, but is the larger body in which you live and move and have your being? Consider the leaf upon the tree. It is not separate from the tree, it is grown out of it. And the tree is not separate from the earth. It rises from the soil, drinks the rain, breathes the air. And the earth is not separate from the sun, nor the stars, nor the galaxy. Where, then, does one thing end and another begin? Look closely, and you will see there are no clear lines. All is continuous, one flowing pattern, like waves upon water. And so you, yes, you, listening now, are not a stranger dropped into this world. You are not an isolated fragment cast adrift. You are as natural as the clouds, as inseparable from the universe as the crest is from the trough. The very sense of being I, of being here and now, is not a prison, but a window through which the whole cosmos looks at itself. Now, let yourself feel that, not as an idea to grasp, but as a relaxation. There is no need to hold so tightly to the boundaries of the self. The world is holding you as the ocean holds its waves. Just as the wave cannot fall off the ocean, you cannot fall out of the universe. You may rise and fall, appear and disappear, but you are never apart. You are always the movement of the whole. And so, as you breathe, as you listen, perhaps as you drift towards sleep, remember, there is nothing to fear, nothing to prove, nothing to cling to. You are not a lonely actor upon the stage of life. You are the stage itself, the lights, the music, the whole performance. And when the curtain falls, it does not mean the play is ended forever. It only means another scene is about to begin. And so, as you lie here, listening, perhaps drifting between waking and sleep, I remind you again, you need not hold on to a single word. Let them pass as clouds pass across the sky. They are not instructions to follow, not problems to solve. Only sounds, rising and falling, like the tide upon the shore. Now, where were we? Ah, yes, this strange thing we call I. For most of us, it seems quite obvious. I am in here, and the world is out there. I look at it, I think about it, I act upon it. Yet if we look carefully, we begin to wonder, where exactly is this I? You may point to your head behind the eyes, but what you find there is not an I, but thoughts, sensations, images, all appearing in awareness. You may point to the chest, to the heart, but again what you find are feelings, pulses, movements in awareness. Where, then, is the one who claims ownership of these. Where is the self, apart from what arises? If you search for it, you will not find it. And if you stop searching, there it is as the very flow of searching itself. It is a trick of sorts, like trying to bite your own teeth. The self that says, I must find myself, is like fire trying to burn itself, or a sword trying to cut itself. The harder you try, the further away it slips. And so, the great discovery is that the self is not a thing to be found. It is the pattern of everything happening, body, thoughts, feelings, sounds, the whole world as it moves together. To say I am separate is like a wave insisting it does not belong to the ocean. But to feel I am the ocean waving here and now is to rest at last. Now, what does it mean to rest? It does not mean to stop moving. Even in stillness, the heart beats, the breath flows, thoughts ripple. Rest is not the absence of motion, but the absence of resistance. To rest is to let life be as it is, without pushing it away, without dragging it near. And here is the curious thing. The more you allow, the more you discover that life has been carrying you all along. Just as you do not pump your heart by conscious effort, just as you do not command each cell to renew itself, so the greater processes of the world move without your control. The sun rises, the earth turns, the stars burn, all without your permission, and you are part of that same unfolding. This is why, when you truly let go, you do not fall into chaos, you fall into harmony. For chaos is only the name we give when we do not see the pattern. Look at the clouds drifting across the sky. They have no straight lines, no sharp edges, yet there is a rhythm in their movement. Look at the waves on the sea, no two alike, and yet each belongs perfectly to the swell and the tide. Look even at your thoughts, jumbled, scattered, endless, and you may find that they too rise and fall in a rhythm beyond your control. And when you stop resisting, you can see it. Everything belongs. Everything has its place. Even confusion, even uncertainty, even fear, just as night belongs to day, just as silence belongs to sound, so every experience belongs to the great whole. Now, many people find this idea unsettling. They say, but surely if I do not control myself, if I do not discipline, plan, and strive, everything will fall apart. And yet, notice, when you sleep, you do not control. You surrender completely, and in that surrender, your body heals, your mind renews, your being is refreshed. If you had to control sleep, you would never succeed. It comes only when you let go. So perhaps life itself is like sleep in this way. The more you grasp at it, the more restless you become. The more you trust it, the more it carries you. Trust does not mean passivity, but a kind of cooperation, like dancing with a partner. You do not drag them across the floor, nor do you collapse in their arms. You move together, listening, responding, yielding, and guiding. This is the art the Chinese call Wu Wei, not forcing, not straining, but moving with the grain of things, as water flows with gravity, as roots sink into the soil. And in this way, you discover that effort is not absent, but it is effortless. Like breathing, like blinking, like laughter, it happens of itself, and in that spontaneity, it is free. So, as you drift further now, notice how the breath breathes itself. Notice how thoughts arrive without your command. Notice how the body settles as if guided by a deeper rhythm. All of this is the dance of life, carrying you whether you try or not. And the more you see this, the lighter the burden becomes. Now, let us think of another mystery time. For much of our anxiety comes from the sense of time slipping away, of moments lost forever, of futures uncertain and pasts irretrievable. We live caught between memory and anticipation, seldom pausing to rest in the present. And yet, the present is all there has ever been. Consider this. You cannot step into the past, you cannot step into the future. You can only recall or imagine them, and both recall and imagination happen now. The past is a story told in the present. The future is a vision drawn in the present. And the present itself, that is slippery. For the moment you try to grasp it, it is gone. But perhaps that is the secret. The present is not a point to be caught. It is a flowing like a melody. A melody is not one note held forever. It is the succession, the passing, the change that makes it beautiful. Try to freeze the song and you lose the music. Let it move and the music appears. So it is with life. The beauty lies not in clinging to one instant, but in the continuous flow. To resist change is to resist being alive. For all is change. The seasons, the tides, the breath, the heart, the thoughts that pass and pass. You yourself are not the same person you were yesterday, not even the same person you were a moment ago. And that is not a tragedy, it is the very condition of life. For to live is to change, and to change is to be renewed. Just as the forest must shed its leaves, just as the moon must wax and wane, so we too must come and go, appear and disappear, die and be reborn, moment after moment. And if you can accept this, not merely as an idea, but as a felt reality, you will find peace. For you will see that death itself is not the enemy of life, but its partner, its shadow, its completion. When you fall asleep, you die a little death. The world vanishes, the self dissolves. And when you awaken, it is as if the world is born anew. And so perhaps the great death, the one we fear at the end, is only the same process on a larger scale, the self dissolving into the vastness, only to rise again in forms we cannot yet imagine. This is why, in many traditions, death is not seen as an end, but as a return, a homecoming, a renewal. And even if we do not know what lies beyond, we may trust that it belongs, just as night belongs with day, just as silence belongs with sound. So rest easy, knowing that nothing is ever truly lost. The wave returns to the sea, but the sea does not vanish. The leaf falls from the tree, but the tree lives on, and in time new leaves appear. The breath goes out, and the breath comes in. Always the cycle, always the renewal. And so, let yourself sink into this rhythm, as though you too were a wave returning to the ocean. You need not resist, you need not hold on, simply rest in the great flow and let it carry you home. We may begin to see, if we look deeply enough, that existence is not a machine grinding toward a purpose, nor a burden to be endured, but something more like a performance, a dance, a song, a play. For what is music, if not the purest example of life's way? When you listen to a melody, you do not hurry it to the end. The purpose of music is not the final chord. Were that so, the best symphony would be the one that ended instantly. No, the delight of music lies in the unfolding, the rise and fall, the tension and the release, the play between expectation and surprise. You allow it to move as it will, and in its movement lies the beauty. So too with life. If the purpose of living were only to arrive at some final goal, we would all rush to the end as quickly as possible. But the end of life is death, and if that were its sole purpose, the faster the better. Yet we instinctively resist that, because deep down, we know life is not a race to a finish. Life is the music itself, the dance, the play. Imagine the universe as a vast stage upon which every star, every creature, every moment is a part of the grand performance. You are not merely in the audience. You are on the stage as well, playing your role with every breath, every gesture. And though you may forget the script, though you may stumble over your lines, the play continues, and in its very improvisation lies the genius. For that is what existence is, improvisation. The universe did not begin with a carefully written plan, with blueprints laid out for every detail. It began, and it unfolds like a jazz performance, each moment responding to the last, each note calling forth another, with no fixed destination but the joy of the flow itself. When you see this, you begin to relax into the play. You no longer demand that it conform to your private plot. You understand that your story is one thread in a vast tapestry, and the tapestry is more beautiful for its endless variety. There are tragedies and comedies, climaxes and pauses, dissonances and harmonies, and each has its place, for without contrast, no scene would shine. Consider how light is known only through darkness, how laughter is sweetest after tears, how reunion is precious only because of separation. The play requires both sides, and you are both sides. For you are not only the hero of your story, but also the background against which the hero moves. You are the stage, the scenery, the supporting cast, the hidden hand that guides the plot. And here is the curious discovery. The one who plays all the parts is you, though not the small you, who worries about tomorrow's tasks and yesterday's mistakes. Rather, the great self, the totality, the eternal actor who wears 1,000 masks. It is the cosmos playing hide and seek with itself, forgetting and remembering, concealing and revealing, over and over again. You see, it would be dreadfully boring to know everything at once, to have no surprises, no risks, no unknowns. So, the one becomes many, the infinite becomes finite, the eternal becomes temporary, in order to experience the thrill of discovery. Just as a child hides behind a curtain, knowing they will be found, so the universe hides itself in you, in me, in every form, to delight in the moment of revelation. This is why, if you feel lost, if you feel uncertain, it is not a mistake. It is part of the play. You are the cosmos, pretending to be uncertain, pretending to seek, so that the joy of finding can be felt. Were you never lost, you could never be found. Were you never confused, clarity would have no meaning. Think of a game of cards. If you could see all the hands, if you knew the outcome in advance, where would the thrill be? It is precisely the not knowing, the risk, the chance that makes the game alive. And so the universe plays with itself, concealing the ending, leaving the next move uncertain, so that every moment is fresh, alive, real. Now, when you understand this, the heaviness begins to lift. You realize that you do not have to force life into seriousness at every turn. Of course, seriousness has its place, just as drama has its scenes. But beneath it all, the foundation is play. Even the gravest act, even the deepest sorrow, is woven into the larger dance, the rhythm of yin and yang, of rise and fall, of life and death. And if you can see that, you begin to smile, even in difficulty. Not the smile of denial, but the smile of recognition that the tragedy is part of the comedy, that the fall is part of the rise, that the loss is part of the renewal. You begin to sense that, in some deeper way, you are not a victim of the drama, but its author, and not just the author, but also the audience enjoying the show. For when you step back far enough, you see that everything balances, the mountains and the valleys, the stars and the void, the birth and the death. There is no one side without the other, no crest without the trough, no sound without silence. And so, to resist half of life is to resist the whole, to deny the pattern that makes it complete. It is like weaving again. The threads cross back and forth, dark and light, one way and the other, and only together do they form the cloth. If you were to pull out all the threads you disliked, there would be no fabric left. And so, the universe weaves with opposites, and we are each a strand in that endless loom. And perhaps the deepest realization is this: the play is never finished, The curtain falls, yes, but only to rise again. The actors bow, but only to return in new roles, new scenes, new worlds. For eternity is not endless time, but timelessness, the endless capacity of the present to appear in new forms. So here you are, playing your part, as real and as sincere as any role can be. And behind you, through you, as you, the eternal self delights in the performance, knowing that in the end, nothing is lost, nothing is wasted. Every joy, every sorrow, every moment is part of the great laughter, the cosmic dance. It is one thing to see the universe as play, as music, as dance, but another to carry that vision into the texture of daily life. For here we find ourselves faced with very human struggles, fear of loss, desire for certainty, the restless urge to control what we cannot. And so we ask, if all is play, why do I suffer? If life is a dance, why do my steps stumble? These are honest questions, and they deserve honest attention. First, let us look at fear. Fear is the shadow cast by uncertainty, the trembling that arises when we cannot predict what lies ahead. Yet look closely. When has the future ever been certain? Has it not always been unknown? And yet here you are, alive, breathing, carried from moment to moment through countless uncertainties. Fear is not a flaw, it is part of the play. It sharpens awareness, it quickens the pulse, it reminds us of our vulnerability. But when we see it for what it is, a ripple in the stream of consciousness, we need not be enslaved by it. We can let it rise and fall as clouds pass through the sky, without mistaking it for the whole. Next, desire. We spend much of our lives chasing after what we do not yet have, convinced that if only this or that were attained, then at last we would be whole. But consider, each desire fulfilled gives way to another. The horizon recedes, always just beyond reach. If satisfaction lay only in the future, it would never arrive. So perhaps desire too is part of the play. It is the reaching of the flame toward the fuel, the hunger that keeps the dance moving. But when we see it clearly, we no longer mistake it for salvation. We can enjoy it as one enjoys the thrill of a chase in a game without believing the prize will make us eternal. And then there is control. The sense that if only we could master ourselves, master others, master the world, all would be safe. But have you noticed, the more we tighten our grip, the more things slip through our fingers. The child clutches the butterfly, and it is crushed. The river is dammed, and it overflows elsewhere. Control is not wrong. It has its place. We must guide, we must shape, we must steer. But when control becomes obsession, it turns against itself. For life is too vast to be held in a single hand. It moves in ways beyond our prediction, beyond our design. And so the art is not total control, but cooperation to row with the current rather than against it, to listen as much as to command. Now, when fear, desire, and control are seen in this way, they lose their weight. They do not vanish, they are threads in the pattern, but they are no longer mistaken for the whole fabric. You can let fear tremble without believing it defines you. You can let desire burn without chasing it endlessly. You can guide without the illusion of mastery. And in that space, something else appears. Acceptance. Not resignation, not defeat, but a quiet recognition that life, as it is enough. That even the struggle is part of the dance. Even the wound is part of the healing. Acceptance is not passive. It is the deepest activity of all, for it requires you to see clearly, to open fully, to allow without resistance. In acceptance, you discover a freedom greater than control, a peace deeper than certainty. And so, as the play unfolds, you find yourself smiling more easily, even at the ordinary, the taste of water, the sound of wind, the the glance of a stranger, all shine with a quiet radiance. You begin to notice that life does not need to be extraordinary to be profound. It is profound simply because it island. For when you step back far enough, you see that everything balances. The mountains and the valleys, the stars and the void, the birth and the death. There is no one side without the other, no crest without the trough, no sound without silence. And so, to resist half of life is to resist the whole, to deny the pattern that makes it complete. It is like weaving a game. The threads cross back and forth, dark and light, one way and the other, and only together do they form the cloth. If you were to pull out all the threads you disliked, there would be no fabric left. And so, the universe weaves with opposites, and we are each a strand in that endless loom. And perhaps the deepest realization is this: the play is never finished. The curtain falls, yes, but only to rise again. The actors bow, but only to return in new roles, new scenes, new worlds. For eternity is not endless time, but timelessness, the endless capacity of the present to appear in new forms. So here you are, playing your part, as real and as sincere as any role can be. And behind you, through you, as you, the eternal self delights in the performance, knowing that in the end, nothing is lost, nothing is wasted. Every joy, every sorrow, every moment is part of the great laughter, the cosmic dance. It is one thing to see the universe as play, as music, as dance, but another to carry that vision into the texture of daily life. For here we find ourselves faced with very human struggles, fear of loss, desire for certainty, the restless urge to control what we cannot. And so we ask, if all is play, why do I suffer? If life is a dance, why do my steps stumble? These are honest questions, and they deserve honest attention. First, let us look at fear. Fear is the shadow cast by uncertainty, the trembling that arises when we cannot predict what lies ahead. Yet look closely. When has the future ever been certain? Has it not always been unknown? And yet here you are, alive, breathing, carried from moment to moment through countless uncertainties. Fear is not a flaw. It is part of the play. It sharpens awareness. It quickens the pulse. It reminds us of our vulnerability. But when we see it for what it is, a ripple in the stream of consciousness, we need not be enslaved by it. We can let it rise and fall as clouds pass through the sky, without mistaking it for the whole. Next, desire. We spend much of our lives chasing after what we do not yet have, convinced that if only this or that were attained, then at last we would be whole. But consider, each desire fulfilled gives way to another. The horizon recedes, always just beyond reach. If satisfaction lay only in the future, it would never arrive. So, perhaps desire too is part of the play. It is the reaching of the flame toward the fuel, the hunger that keeps the dance moving. But when we see it clearly, we no longer mistake it for salvation. We can enjoy it as one enjoys the thrill of a chase in a game without believing the prize will make us eternal. And then there is control, the sense that if only we could master ourselves, master others, master the world, all would be safe. But have you noticed? The more we tighten our grip, the more things slip through our fingers. The child clutches the butterfly, and it is crushed. The river is dammed, and it overflows elsewhere. Control is not wrong. It has its place. We must guide, we must shape, we must steer. But when control becomes obsession, it turns against itself. For life is too vast to be held in a single hand. It moves in ways beyond our prediction, beyond our design, and so the art is not total control, but cooperation, to row with the current rather than against it, to listen as much as to command. Now, when fear, desire, and control are seen in this way, they lose their weight, They do not vanish. They are threads in the pattern, but they are no longer mistaken for the whole fabric. You can let fear tremble without believing it defines you. You can let desire burn without chasing it endlessly. You can guide without the illusion of mastery. And in that space, something else appears: acceptance. Not resignation, not defeat, but a quiet recognition that life as it is enough. That even the struggle is part of the dance. Even the wound is part of the healing. Acceptance is not passive. It is the deepest activity of all, for it requires you to see clearly, to open fully, to allow without resistance. In acceptance, you discover a freedom greater than control, a peace deeper than certainty. And so, as the play unfolds, you find yourself smiling more easily, even at the ordinary, the taste of water, the sound of wind, the glance of a stranger, all shine with a quiet radiance. You begin to notice that life does not need to be extraordinary to be profound. It is profound simply because it's simple. And perhaps, as you notice this, a new gratitude arises. Gratitude not for some special gift or sudden miracle, but for the sheer fact of being that there is something rather than nothing, that there is awareness, that there is this endless unfolding. Gratitude not clutched at, not forced, but flowing naturally, like water from a spring. In this gratitude, you see that even the end of things belongs. Just as the sunset is not less beautiful for ending the day, just as the last note completes the song, so endings are not errors, but fulfillments. And even death, feared as the final theft, is in truth the final gift, the gift of completion, the turning of the cycle, the clearing of the stage for new scenes to appear. And so we return, not to conclusions, but to the simplicity with which we began. The world is not to be solved, but to be experienced. You are not to be perfected, but to be lived. Consciousness is not to be captured, but to be noticed. And here, in this noticing, is peace. Peace that does not depend on circumstances, on achievements, on assurances. Peace that arises simply from seeing that all is as it is, and that what is enough. So let it be. Let the dance go on, with its laughter and its tears, its gains and its losses, its beginnings and its endings. For beneath it all, through it all, as it all, is the self that is never lost, never harmed, never absent. The self that plays all the roles, that wears all the masks, that sings all the songs. And that self which is you, which is me, which is all, is timeless, boundless, free. And so, as this reflection drifts toward its close, notice that nothing has really ended. The words have thinned, the thoughts have quieted, yet the awareness in which they appear remains. It is like a fire that has burned down to embers, not extinguished, but glowing quietly, giving warmth without flame. Life is like this, too. Every conversation, every season, every breath, all of them rise, shine for a time, and then settle back into the silence from which they came. But the silence is not emptiness. It is the source, the stillness that makes every sound possible, the background that holds every form. Perhaps you can sense it now, the way all things lean gently into rest. The body knows how to settle without instruction. The breath knows how to soften without command. The mind knows how to loosen its grip without force. Just as waves come to shore, then slip quietly back to sea, so all of this, too, returns to the vastness from which it came. There is no need to hold on, no need to resist. The lecture, like the day, like the life you are living, has its natural rhythm. And just as the sun dips below the horizon, not with a crash, but with a fading glow, so too do these words dissolve, leaving only the openness in which they first appeared. Rest in that openness. Trust it, as the earth trusts the night. For the same awareness that has carried you through these reflections carries you still, through waking and dreaming, through silence and sound, through beginning and ending alike. So let it all be. Let the thoughts pass, let the body soften, let the silence deepen. You are not separate from it, you are it. The watcher and the watched, the listener and the voice, the breath and the stillness between breaths. Here, there is nothing left to do, only the quiet recognition that all is well, and all has always been well, in the great unfolding of things. And now, as the final words fade like echoes in a canyon, may you rest easily, without effort, without question, carried by the same flow that has carried stars across the sky, rivers to the sea, and every heartbeat of your life to this very moment. Good night. There comes a time in every life when the idea of losing starts to feel familiar. You've done everything right, or at least tried to. You've followed the rules, set your intentions, given your best. And yet, the world doesn't seem to reward your persistence. You reach for things and they slip away. You open your heart and it gets bruised again. You try to grow, and still you find yourself circling the same lessons in different forms. It's in those moments that you begin to wonder, not in bitterness, but in quiet weariness, if any of it has meaning. What's strange, though, is that even in that weariness, something in you still shows up. You still wake up. You still breathe. You still try. It may not look like ambition anymore, but a quieter rhythm of being, not the roar of trying to win, but the whisper of simply continuing. That life is not a problem to be solved, but a dance to be enjoyed. But when you've been losing for a long time, it's difficult to remember the dance. You start to think that life is testing you, that the repeated setbacks mean something personal, that the universe is keeping score. You look around and see others moving ahead while you seem to remain in place. That comparison cuts deeper than defeat itself. But what if you were never meant to win in the way you imagined? What if the whole idea of losing was an illusion born from the mind's addiction to measurement? The river doesn't lose when it bends. The wave doesn't fail when it falls back into the ocean. It's all the same movement. Every time you think you've lost, it's only because you were measuring life by something that was never stable, results, recognition, outcomes. But life isn't stable. It's alive. It breathes, it collapses, it blooms again. The flower doesn't think of the winter as a loss. It simply rests until it can rise again. When you're tired of losing but still show up, something beautiful begins to happen. The trying becomes quieter. The motives soften. You no longer push out of desperation, but from a kind of sincerity, not because you believe success will save you, but because it feels true to participate. You realize that effort itself can be a kind of devotion, even if it doesn't yield victory. And maybe that's what grace really is, showing up without knowing why, trusting that the act itself is enough. You see, the mind divides life into winners and losers, but life itself knows nothing of such divisions. It only moves, it expands, it contracts, it explores. What you call failure is just the other half of creation, the part that teaches humility, patience, surrender. Without it, there would be no wisdom, only vanity. When you've lost enough times, the ego begins to crack, and through those cracks, light starts to enter. You begin to see that the purpose of the loss was not to punish you, but to soften you, to make you less certain that you were ever in control. And in that softening, you start to discover a deeper kind of strength, not the will to dominate circumstances, but the capacity to remain open within them. Imagine standing in the rain. You can curse the weather, fight to stay dry, or you can simply let yourself get wet. At first, it's uncomfortable, but soon something shifts, the fight leaves you, and what's left is sensation, coolness, texture, aliveness. You realize the rain isn't against you. It's just happening, and so are you. That's what happens when you stop treating loss as an enemy. You start to live again. You start to see that showing up, even soaked and tired, is its own kind of victory. You may not realize it, but every time you get back up, you're demonstrating something sacred, that consciousness is resilient. That awareness cannot truly be defeated. Even when everything falls apart, the part of you that watches it fall remains untouched. That witnessing presence, that's who you really are. The rest is just the story of a character learning how to love impermanence. When you begin to see from that stillness, losing takes on a different flavor. It's no longer humiliation, it's revelation. It shows you where you were attached, where you mistook temporary forms for truth. Each loss removes a mask. Each setback peels away another layer of illusion. And eventually, what's left is not a winner or a loser, but a being at peace with the game itself. You begin to understand that the act of showing up, even tired, even uncertain, is what life has been trying to teach you all along. To show up not as a conqueror, but as a participant. To move not for gain, but because movement is your nature. When you show up like that, even losing feels sacred, because you see that nothing was ever truly lost. It only changed shape. The effort transformed into learning, the failure into compassion, the exhaustion into stillness. If there is one secret the universe whispers to those who keep showing up, it's this: you are not being tested, you are being tempered. Life isn't interested in breaking you, it's teaching you to bend. And so, every time you think you can't take another loss, another setback, another disappointment, notice that somehow you still do. You're still breathing. You're still here. That is not weakness, that's grace. You've mistaken it for endurance, but it's something far more subtle. It's the quiet understanding that your worth was never tied to winning. That life's invitation was never to succeed, but to participate in its unfolding with open eyes and an undefended heart. When you understand that, losing stops feeling like the end of something. It becomes a pause, a reorientation, the silence between notes in the music of becoming. And in that silence, you might find something you've been missing, not success, but peace. There's a rhythm you start to notice after losing enough times. It's not loud. It's almost hidden beneath the noise of disappointment. At first, all you hear is the echo of your own frustration, that voice inside that says, I can't keep doing this. But if you listen long enough, the echo fades and you begin to hear something quieter, a pulse, a kind of still music beneath the struggle. That pulse is life continuing through you, no matter what. It's what keeps you standing up when every part of you wants to stop. It doesn't care about results. It doesn't even care about hope. It just moves. It's the same energy that brings the tide back after the retreat, that pushes the seed to crack open even in barren soil. You don't control it. You are it. When you begin to sense that, losing no longer feels final. You start to see that every so-called failure has been shaping you into something softer, wiser, more real. You realize that it's not your strength that kept you going, but life itself expressing through you. The truth is, you never chose to keep showing up. You were chosen by something deeper than will, the part of you that knows that even heartbreak is worth feeling if it means being alive. There's a certain beauty in that surrender. It's not dramatic. It doesn't shout or seek recognition. It's the quiet dignity of still showing up to life, even when no one is watching, when there's nothing to win, nothing to prove. You start to understand that perhaps showing up is all life ever asked for. The sun doesn't rise to win the sky. The waves don't move to impress the shore. They show up because that's their nature. And maybe that's your nature too, to move, to try, to feel, to fall, and to rise again. When you're tired of losing, the temptation is to stop caring, to withdraw your tenderness. But that's how the heart hardens. What life invites instead is a different kind of caring, not the effortful caring that drains you, but the open caring that flows without expectation. There is a form of strength that only comes when you stop defending against pain, the kind that no longer needs to be right or successful or admired. It's the strength that lives in vulnerability, the strength that says, even if I fall again, I will not close. That's what the universe recognizes, not your victories, but your willingness to stay open. Because openness, no matter how tired, is a kind of prayer. If you've been losing, it doesn't mean you're doing life wrong. It might mean you're finally doing it honestly. When pretense falls away, so does certainty, and what remains is the raw, unfiltered experience of being human. It's messy, it's painful, but it's real. And in that realness, you find something that winning could never give you: intimacy with existence itself. The people who seem to have everything often live on the surface of life. Those who have lost, who have been stripped bare, are the ones who touch its depth. They know how fragile joy is, how precious ordinary moments are. They've been to the bottom, and they know there's no treasure there except understanding. When you stop running from that understanding, a new kind of peace begins to bloom. It's not the peace of control or success, but the peace of being at home in your own imperfection. You start to smile at your mistakes. You begin to see the humor in your old seriousness. You realize that life was never mocking you, it was teaching you to laugh. You remember how children play. They lose constantly, and it never matters. They fall, they cry, they get up, and the game goes on. Somewhere along the line, you forgot that the game was meant to be played that way. The spiritual path, in truth, is a return to that innocence. It's not about transcending failure. It's about rediscovering the joy of participating. So when you wake up tomorrow and feel that familiar heaviness, that whisper that says, I can't keep doing this, remember that you don't need to do it in the same way. You can show up differently, softer, slower, without the armor. Show up not as a fighter, but as a witness. Show up not to conquer the day, but to meet it. There's no need to fix everything today or ever. The ocean doesn't fix the shore. It just arrives again and again until the rocks themselves soften. That's how life shapes you, through the persistence of presence. You'll find that once you stop demanding results, something inside you starts to rest. The exhaustion that once felt endless begins to lighten. You realize that you don't need to win anymore. You just need to be here. And strangely enough, that's when life starts moving in your favor, not because you forced it, but because you stopped resisting it. When you stop trying to make everything happen, you create space for things to unfold. What once felt like loss begins to look like redirection. What once felt like stagnation begins to look like stillness. You discover that every time you showed up through your fatigue, you weren't proving your worth, you were remembering it. The part of you that still rises, still participates, still believes in beauty, even when everything hurts, that part is untouched by defeat. It doesn't need recognition. It doesn't need reward. It simply is. That's the real victory. And one day, when you look back, you'll see that what you called losing was actually the slow removal of everything false. What remained, what kept showing up, was the truest part of you. So yes, you may be tired of losing, but you have not been losing. You've been learning how to live without needing to win. And that, quietly, is how you begin to win without trying. There's something extraordinary that begins to happen when you finally stop fighting the story of your life. You still wake up each morning. You still face the same uncertainties, but the air around everything feels different. It's as though the tension in the invisible threads that held you to an idea of success has loosened. You still show up, but now there's a softness in the gesture. You begin to understand that showing up was never about proving your strength. It was about remembering your belonging. You see, most people misunderstand perseverance. They think it means clinging, forcing, pushing through until something changes. But true perseverance is quieter than that. It's not the will to keep moving for the sake of progress. It's the willingness to stay present even when nothing makes sense. It's staying in the room with life itself, even when every instinct says to run. When you've lost enough, something begins to purify in you. Your ambitions, once sharp and demanding, start to melt into something gentler. You no longer need to chase validation. You no longer need to prove that your path is correct. You begin to notice that even your failures have been faithful companions. Each one came to reveal another layer of illusion, another place where you were confusing effort with essence. There's a curious grace in those moments when you realize that you can't keep controlling outcomes. The kind of surrender arises, not because you've given up, but because you've seen through the futility of grasping. When you let go of control, you begin to see that life never needed it. The river knows where to turn, the wind knows where to blow, the tree knows when to let its leaves fall. You don't need to direct it. You only need to participate in its rhythm. That participation is what it means to show up. It doesn't require enthusiasm or certainty. It only asks for presence. There are days when your showing up will look like joy and creativity, and there are days when it will look like simply breathing. Both are equal in the eyes of life. The human mind loves to measure, to rank, to name one thing better than another. But in the vastness of being, all expressions have their place. The sunlight and the rain both belong. The laughter and the silence are both sacred. You begin to realize that there is no such thing as wasted effort, because every movement teaches you something about the nature of flow. When you stop seeing life as a contest, your heart begins to open again. It's as though an old wound starts to breathe. You realize that most of your exhaustion was not from doing, but from trying to make everything mean something. You were asking each moment to justify its existence, and in doing so you missed the beauty of simply being here. There's an old saying that enlightenment is not about becoming divine, but about becoming fully human. To feel deeply, to fall, to rise, to care, to let go, that's the real dance. When you participate in life without demanding victory, you start to sense a quiet joy emerging from the simplest acts. Making a meal, holding a hand, watching light move through leaves. There's no grandeur in these moments, and yet they carry a tenderness that nothing else can match. That tenderness is the beginning of peace. It comes when you no longer divide the world into what should be and what is. You see, all suffering begins with resistance to what is. You believe that things should have gone differently, that you should have been further along, that life should have been kinder. But the moment you stop arguing with reality, something miraculous happens. The pain doesn't disappear, but it softens. It becomes a companion instead of an enemy. And from that softness, wisdom begins to grow, not the kind that comes from knowledge or experience, but the wisdom that comes from allowing. It's the kind of knowing that whispers, "This too belongs." You start to see how even your losses were forms of guidance. Each door that closed was protecting you from walking where you weren't meant to go. Each disappointment was redirecting you towards something your mind couldn't yet imagine. Every person who left was teaching you the difference between attachment and love. Love, in its truest form, is not possession or certainty. It's participation without guarantee. To love is to show up even when you might lose, even when there's no promise of return. And that's what makes it sacred. You realize that life itself is a love affair, wild, unpredictable, sometimes devastating, but always alive. And to keep showing up for it, even when it breaks your heart, is to honor its mystery. There's a passage in the Tao Te Ching that says, "Do your work, then step back, the only path to serenity." For years, that sounded to me like resignation. But what it really means is that serenity doesn't come from withdrawal, it comes from trust. When you step back, you make room for life to breathe through you instead of around you. You stop trying to pull meaning from the world and start allowing meaning to reveal itself. That's why so many of your greatest moments come after surrender. You reach the edge of your own endurance, and in that collapse, something else takes over. The effort stops, and in its place arrives grace. You realize that the power you were seeking to cultivate was never yours to begin with. It was always the universe moving through you. You don't need to generate it. You only need to stop blocking it. When you act from that understanding, life becomes lighter. You still work, you still strive, but the strain is gone. You move as a musician plays, not because you have to, but because it feels natural. Even when the melody changes, you keep playing, because that's what the song demands. That is the grace of showing up. It's not about heroism, it's about harmony. To show up with grace is to no longer treat life as something to conquer, but as something to accompany. You stop demanding perfection from yourself or others. You stop trying to manipulate timing. You learn to bow to the seasons of becoming. There will be days when you fall apart again. That's part of it. You'll wake up feeling heavy, lost, uncertain. But now you'll know that even this is sacred. You'll see that you can be tired and still present, confused and still kind. That's what it means to live awake. Life never promised you clarity. It only promised you experience. And the willingness to experience it fully, without turning away, is what makes you whole. So, if you are tired of losing, but still find yourself showing up, remember this: you are already succeeding in the only way that matters. You are participating in the mystery with your heart open. You are letting life live through you. You may not see it, but every breath you take in that awareness ripples outward. Somewhere, someone else feels less alone because you kept showing up. Somewhere, the world softens because you chose to stay. And maybe that's what winning really is, not triumph over life, but union with it. You'll still fall, you'll still lose, you'll still forget. But you'll also remember, again and again, that it was never about being invincible. It was about being present. When the next moment of defeat comes, meet it gently. Don't analyze it. Don't rush to overcome it. Just breathe and say, "Ah, this too." Then step into the next moment, and the next, and the next. You'll find that showing up isn't something you do, it's what you are. Even when you're tired, even when you think you've lost, life continues through you. And that continuation, that quiet persistence, is the heartbeat of existence itself. You don't need to know where it's leading. You just need to walk with it. And somewhere along the way, you'll look around and realize you were never losing. You were only being shaped. You were only being loved in a way that demanded you let go of every illusion of control. You were never meant to win against life. You were meant to dance with it. And even now, as you stand there, tired but present, you are already dancing.
You know, one of the most peculiar and yet most inevitable experiences on the path of awakening is the discovery that you are changing in ways that others around you are not. And this creates a very strange predicament. It's rather like what happens when a caterpillar begins to transform into a butterfly while still surrounded by caterpillars who are quite content to remain caterpillars. Now, I want to talk about this because it's something that almost everyone who begins to wake up will encounter. And it can be one of the most isolating, confusing, and yes, dangerous experiences you'll face. Not dangerous in the sense that you'll come to physical harm necessarily, though that has happened throughout history. But dangerous in the sense that you may lose everything that once gave you a sense of belonging, identity, and security. Let me begin by saying that growth is not comfortable. It never has been, and it never will be. When a lobster outgrows its shell, it must shed that shell and expose itself, soft and vulnerable, until a new shell forms. During that time, it is in grave danger. Every predator in the ocean would love to make a meal of a soft-shelled lobster. But if the lobster refuses to shed its shell, if it clings to the safety of what it knows, it cannot grow. It will remain stunted, confined, unable to realize its full potential. Human beings are much the same way. We outgrow our shells, our beliefs, our relationships, our ways of understanding the world, and when we do, we become vulnerable. We lose the protection of the crowd, the comfort of conformity, the security of being like everyone else. And this vulnerability, this exposure, is what I mean by danger. Now, what does it mean to outgrow those around you? It doesn't mean that you've become superior, or that you're better than they are. This is a trap that many people fall into, and it's a sign that they haven't really grown at all. They've simply traded one form of ego inflation for another. No, outgrowing others means that you've begun to see things that they don't see yet, that you've asked questions they haven't asked, that you've stepped out of the agreed-upon framework of reality while they remain comfortably within it. Perhaps you've begun to question the values that everyone takes for granted. The pursuit of wealth, status, security, the accumulation of possessions, the endless distractions and entertainments that fill up our lives. Perhaps you've begun to see that these things don't lead to happiness, that they're empty promises, that they're symptoms of a deeper malaise, a fundamental misunderstanding about what life is and what we are. Or perhaps you've had experiences through meditation, through contemplation, through crisis, through psychedelics, through some spontaneous opening that have shown you that reality is far more mysterious, far more fluid, far more consciousness dependent than the solid, objective, external world that everyone believes in. You've seen through the illusion of the separate self, or at least caught a glimpse behind the curtain, and now you can't unsee it. When this happens, you find yourself in a very odd position. You're living in two worlds simultaneously. There's the conventional world, the world of commerce and politics and daily routine, the world where everyone is playing their roles and taking it all very seriously. And then there's this other dimension, this deeper reality, that's always present but that most people are completely oblivious to. And you must learn to navigate both worlds. You must learn to speak two languages, the language of the marketplace and the language of the mystic. You must learn to be in the world but not of it, as the old saying goes. And this is extraordinarily difficult because the two worlds have different rules, different values, different ways of making sense of experience. The people around you, your family, your friends, your colleagues, they're still operating entirely within the conventional framework. They're concerned with their careers, their mortgages, their social standing, their plans for the future. And these concerns, which once seemed so important to you, now seem rather trivial, rather beside the point. Not because you've become callous or indifferent, but because you've seen that there are deeper questions, more fundamental issues at stake. But you can't simply tell them this. You can't sit down with your family at dinner and say, I've realized that the self is an illusion and that we're all manifestations of one universal consciousness. They'll look at you as if you've lost your mind. And in a sense, you've lost the conventional mind, the socially conditioned mind, and you haven't yet fully articulated what you found in its place. So you remain silent, or you speak in hints and suggestions, or you try to find people who understand what you're going through. And this is where the isolation begins. Because the people you've known all your life, the people you love and care about, increasingly seem to be living in a different reality than you are. You're speaking different languages, pursuing different goals, seeing the world through entirely different lenses. And they sense this, even if they can't articulate it. They sense that you're no longer quite one of them, that you've changed in some fundamental way, that you're not playing the game with the same enthusiasm you once had. And this makes them uncomfortable. It threatens them. Because if you can step outside the agreed-upon framework, then maybe the framework isn't as solid as they thought. Maybe their own lives are built on sand. They may respond in various ways. Some will try to pull you back, to normalize you, to get you to be the way you used to be. You've changed, they'll say, and it won't be a compliment. They'll accuse you of becoming strange, impractical, irresponsible, self-absorbed. They'll remind you of your duties, your obligations, your place in the social order. They'll do everything they can to squeeze you back into the box you've outgrown. Others will simply distance themselves from you. They'll find you boring or preachy or incomprehensible. The conversations that once flowed easily now feel forced and superficial. You have less and less in common. The friendship or relationship gradually withers, not through any dramatic break, but through a slow, sad drifting apart. Still others may become hostile. This is particularly true if you've outgrown a religious or ideological framework that they're still invested in. If you were raised in a particular faith and you've moved beyond it, if you've questioned the dogmas and found them wanting, your very existence becomes a threat to those who still believe. You're a heretic, an apostate, a lost soul who must be saved or shunned. This is the danger I'm speaking of. Not that you'll be physically harmed necessarily, though that can happen, but that you'll lose your community, your tribe, your sense of belonging to something larger than yourself. Human beings are social creatures. We need connection. We need to feel that we're part of a group, that we're understood and accepted. And when you outgrow those around you, you risk losing all of that. Now, you might say, well, why not just keep quiet about it? Why not simply maintain the facade, play along, keep your insights to yourself? And many people do exactly this. They live double lives. They maintain the conventional appearance while privately knowing that it's all a game, all a performance. And there's a certain wisdom in this approach. As I said earlier, you don't shake someone awake from a pleasant dream unless the house is on fire. But there are problems with this strategy as well. First, it's exhausting. Living a double life, constantly monitoring what you say, editing your thoughts, pretending to care about things that no longer matter to you, this takes a tremendous toll. You become alienated from yourself, split, fragmented. The very integration and wholeness you've been seeking through your spiritual growth becomes impossible because you're constantly betraying your own truth. Second, it's inauthentic. And authenticity, being true to what you've discovered, is essential to the spiritual path. If you've seen something true, something real, and you hide it, deny it, refuse to live by it, then what was the point of seeing it in the first place? You become like someone who's discovered a treasure but is too afraid to spend it, so they bury it in the ground and continue to live in poverty. Third, and perhaps most importantly, your very presence, even if you say nothing, communicates something. People pick up on energy, on vibration, on the unspoken. If you've genuinely transformed, if you've genuinely outgrown the conventional framework, it will show in 1,000 subtle ways in the quality of your attention, in your responses to crisis and difficulty, in what you laugh at, in what you take seriously, in the way you move through the world. So you're faced with a dilemma. You can't go back, you can't unsee what you've seen, unknow what you've known. But you can't fully go forward either, at least not without consequences, without losses, without a period of profound loneliness and disorientation. This is what the mystics have always called the dark night of the soul. It's the passage between the old life and the new, the death of the caterpillar before the emergence of the butterfly. And it's dark precisely because you've left behind the familiar landmarks, the comfortable certainties, but you haven't yet arrived at the new dispensation. You're in between, in limbo, in the wilderness. During this time, you may feel utterly alone. You may wonder if you've made a terrible mistake, if you've thrown away everything valuable for some nebulous spiritual fantasy. You may long for the days when life was simpler, when you fit in, when you didn't question everything, when you could just go along with the program like everyone else. But here's what you must understand. This loneliness, this sense of isolation, is not a sign that you've gone wrong. It's a sign that you're going right. It's an inevitable stage in the process of transformation. Every hero in every myth must leave the village, must venture into the unknown, must face dragons and demons alone before they can return with the treasure. The treasure, in this case, is your authentic self, your true nature, freed from the conditioning and programming of society. But you cannot claim this treasure while still clinging to the approval and acceptance of those who represent that very conditioning. You must be willing to stand alone, to be misunderstood, to be criticized, to be rejected. Now, I want to be very clear about something. This doesn't mean you should go out of your way to alienate people, or that you should be arrogant or superior, or that you should reject everyone who doesn't share your level of understanding. That would be spiritual egoism. And it's just another trap, another form of separation. What it means is that you accept the consequences of your growth with grace and compassion. You understand that people are where they are, and they're doing the best they can with the level of consciousness they have. You don't judge them or look down on them. You simply recognize that you're on different paths, at least for now. And you trust that if you're meant to have community, if you're meant to have companions on the journey, they will appear. Because here's the wonderful thing. When you outgrow one level, when you shed one shell, you don't remain alone forever. You find others who have also outgrown that level. You discover a new community, a new tribe, a new set of companions who speak your language, who understand your experience, who are wrestling with the same questions you are. This is why spiritual seekers throughout history have formed communities, monasteries, ashrams, mystery schools, philosophical circles. Not because they're elitist or exclusive, but because they needed to be with others who understood what they were experiencing, who could support them through the difficult transitions, who could remind them that they weren't crazy, that the path was real, that the struggle was worthwhile. But these communities are often hidden, or at least not obvious. They don't advertise, they don't proselytize. You find them when you're ready, when your seeking becomes sincere enough, when your loneliness becomes acute enough, and often you find them in unexpected places, a chance conversation with a stranger, a book that falls into your hands at exactly the right moment, a teacher who appears just when you need them. The key is not to cling desperately to the old relationships out of fear of being alone, but also not to cut ties prematurely out of spiritual pride. There's a middle way, as there always is. You maintain what connections you can maintain authentically. You honor your history, your roots, the people who loved you before you changed. But you don't betray yourself to preserve those connections. You don't make yourself small to make others comfortable. And sometimes, miraculously, the people around you grow too. Sometimes your own transformation becomes a catalyst for their awakening. They see something in you, a peace, a clarity, a freedom, and they want it for themselves. They start asking questions. They start opening up. And then the relationship transforms along with you, deepens, becomes more real, more honest, more alive. But you can't force this. You can't make people grow. All you can do is be yourself, be authentic, be the embodiment of what you've discovered, and trust that those who are ready will recognize it. The rest will fall away, and you must let them go with love and gratitude for what they've given you, for the role they played in your journey, even if that role has now ended. The danger of outgrowing everyone around you is real. You may lose friends, family members, communities that once defined you. You may go through periods of profound loneliness. You may question whether it was worth it. But I can tell you, from my own experience and from observing countless others on this path, that on the other side of this danger is a freedom, an authenticity, a depth of being that makes all the losses worthwhile. Because what you gain is yourself, your true self, not the self that was constructed to fit in, to please others, to meet expectations. And once you've found that, once you've tasted that freedom, you realize that you were never really losing anything real. You were only losing illusions, masks, false identities. The real connections, the real love, the real community, these remain, or they appear anew, deeper and truer than before. So if you find yourself outgrowing those around you, know that you're not alone, even in your aloneness. Know that this is part of the process, part of the path. Know that it's temporary, this loneliness, this sense of being between worlds. And know that the courage it takes to keep growing, to keep being true to what you've seen, even when it costs you everything familiar, this courage is the mark of a genuine spiritual warrior, a true seeker of truth. The caterpillar must die for the butterfly to be born. There's no way around it. But what emerges is so much more beautiful, so much more free, so much more alive than what was lost. Trust the process. Trust your growth, and trust that life, in its infinite intelligence, is guiding you exactly where you need to go, even when the path leads through darkness and uncertainty.
You know, there's a peculiar kind of exhaustion that comes not from physical labor or even from emotional strain, but from the sheer relentless noise of your own thinking, the mind that simply will not stop, the constant commentary, the endless analysis, the perpetual conversation with yourself about yourself. And the strangest part of it all is that the more you try to quiet it down, the louder it seems to get. It's like trying to smooth water by slapping it. The very effort creates more disturbance. Now, most people assume that a busy mind is a sign of intelligence, of being thoughtful, of being engaged with life. We celebrate the thinker, don't we? We admire the person who's always analyzing, always questioning, always working things out in their head. But here's what nobody tells you. There's a difference between thinking and being trapped in thought. There's a difference between using your mind as a tool and being used by your mind as a prison. And if you're honest with yourself, you know what I'm talking about. You know that feeling of lying in bed at night while your mind rehearses conversations that haven't happened yet, replays conversations that already did, analyzes every little thing you said or didn't say, should have said, might say tomorrow. You know that experience of sitting in a beautiful place, surrounded by everything you thought you wanted, and barely being present for any of it because your mind is somewhere else entirely, chewing on some problem, spinning some story, lost in some elaborate maze of its own construction. The mind won't shut up because, and here's the paradox, you keep asking it to. You see, every time you tell yourself to stop thinking, what are you doing? You're thinking about not thinking. You're using thought to try to eliminate thought. It's like trying to use fire to put out fire. The very attempt is the problem. The thinker trying to stop thinking is itself a thought. So the mind just keeps going, now thinking about why it's thinking about how to stop thinking about how tired it is of thinking. And so it spirals. You notice your mind is busy, and you judge it. You shouldn't be thinking so much. You should be more present. You should be more peaceful, more mindful, more zen. And now you're thinking about not thinking, judging yourself for thinking, planning how to think less, analyzing why you think so much. The mind has taken the project of quieting itself and turned it into just another thing to think about, another problem to solve, another way to keep itself busy. But here's what's really happening underneath all of this mental noise. The mind won't shut up because it's terrified, absolutely terrified. Of what, you ask? Of nothing. Literally. The mind is terrified of the gap, the space, the moment of no thought. Because the mind, you see, thinks it is you. It believes that if it stops, you stop. If there's no thought, there's no self. So it keeps generating content, keeps producing commentary, keeps the stream going at all costs because silence feels like death to the thinking mind. Think about it. When was the last time you experienced a genuine gap in thinking? And I don't mean sleep. I don't mean being knocked unconscious. I mean a moment of waking awareness where there simply was no thought, no commentary, no analysis, no planning, no remembering, just pure perception without interpretation. For most people, these moments are incredibly rare, fleeting, accidental, a sudden shock, a moment of awe, a split second before thought catches up with experience. And if you've had even one of these moments, you know something profound. You didn't disappear. You were still there. In fact, you were more there, more present, more alive than you are when the mind is running its constant show. But the mind doesn't trust this. The mind is convinced that it needs to keep narrating your life or else there won't be a life to narrate. It's like a radio that's terrified of being turned off. So it keeps broadcasting static rather than risk silence. And you've identified so completely with the broadcast that you think you are the static. You think the noise is you. So of course you can't turn it off. You'd be turning yourself off. This is why meditation is so difficult for most people. They sit down with the intention of quieting the mind, and the mind immediately goes into overdrive. because now it's been directly challenged. Now there's a you trying to control it, and it responds by getting louder, more insistent, more chaotic. It throws everything at you: memories, plans, itches, philosophical questions, random songs, shopping lists, anything and everything to keep the show going. And you sit there fighting with it, trying to push thoughts away, and the more you push, the more they push back. Here's another paradox for you. The mind won't shut up because you want it to shut up. Your desire for a quiet mind is itself a form of mental noise. It's the mind complaining about itself, critiquing itself, trying to improve itself. It's thought trying to eliminate thought. So the wanting becomes just another layer of thinking. Now, you're not just thinking, you're thinking about thinking, judging your thinking, trying to stop thinking, and feeling like a failure because you can't stop thinking. The original problem has multiplied, and we've created entire industries around this, haven't we? Mindfulness apps, meditation retreats, books on how to quiet your mind, courses on being present, all of which can be helpful, certainly. But notice what often happens. The mind takes these tools and turns them into just another project, another thing to achieve, another way to measure yourself, another standard you're failing to meet. You're not just a person with a busy mind anymore. Now you're a person who's failing at meditation, who can't even do mindfulness right, who's so hopeless that even when you're trying to be present, you're thinking about whether you're being present correctly. The thinking never stops because we've made thinking into our primary mode of being. We think about what we're going to do, then we do it while thinking about whether we're doing it right. Then we think about what we did and whether we should have done it differently. We think about the past with regret. We think about the future with anxiety. And we miss the present entirely because we're too busy thinking about it to actually be in it. And the content of the thinking, it doesn't even matter most of the time. It's not like you're solving profound problems or having brilliant insights. Most of it is just repetitive loops. The same worries recycled in slightly different forms. The same stories told and retold. The same arguments rehearsed. The same plans made and revised. It's like watching the same movie over and over, and not even a good movie, just a anxious, repetitive, self-absorbed drama starring you as both the hero and the villain and the critic reviewing the performance. But here's what's really exhausting about it. The mind that won't shut up is also the mind that won't commit. It can't fully engage with anything because it's always partially somewhere else. You're in one conversation while thinking about another conversation. You're doing one task while planning the next task. You're experiencing one moment while comparing it to past moments or imagining future moments. You're never fully anywhere because your attention is fractured across time, split between what was, what is, and what might be. And people sense this about you, even if they can't name it. They sense that you're not fully present, that part of you is always elsewhere, always distracted, always thinking about something other than what's right in front of you. And this creates a kind of loneliness, doesn't it? Because even when you're with people, even when you're supposedly connecting, there's this gap, this distance, this sense that you're not really there. You're performing being there while your mind is running its endless program somewhere in the background.
Before we continue, many of you have been asking for something longer, something with actual practices you can use in daily life. So check out the 3-hour audiobook that takes everything we explore in these videos and gives you the tools to actually work with it. Because here's the thing, intellectual understanding without practical application just keeps you spinning in your head. You need both, the insight and the practice, the philosophy and the daily work that makes it real. This audiobook gives you that. 3 hours of deep wisdom with practices built in, so you're not just thinking differently, you're living differently. If you're serious about changing how you experience your life, the link is in the description below. Now, let's continue.
So what do you do about a mind that won't shut up? Well, here's where it gets interesting. You don't do anything about it. And this is perhaps the greatest paradox of all. The solution to the problem of the busy mind is to stop trying to solve it. The way to quiet the mind is to stop trying to quiet it, because the trying is the noise. The effort to fix yourself is what's broken. You see, the mind isn't actually a problem. It never was. The problem is your relationship with the mind. You think you're supposed to control it, manage it, optimize it, quiet it, but that's like trying to control the weather. The mind does what minds do. It thinks. It produces thoughts the way the heart produces beats and the lungs produce breaths. Thoughts arise. This is natural. This is what minds are for. The suffering doesn't come from the thoughts themselves. It comes from your relationship with the thoughts, from believing them, identifying with them, taking them as truth, taking them as you. When a thought arises that says you're not good enough, you don't have to believe it. You don't have to identify with it. You don't have to take it personally. It's just a thought, a pattern of neural activity, a wave in the ocean of consciousness. It arises and it passes, and you, the awareness that notices it, you remain. But we've been taught to take thoughts very seriously. We've been taught that what we think is who we are, that our thoughts are our identity. So when we have an anxious thought, we become an anxious person. When we have a depressive thought, we become a depressed person. When we have a mean thought, we become a bad person. We collapse the space between the awareness and the content of awareness. We identify with the passing weather and forget we're the sky. Here's what I want you to understand. You are not your thoughts. You never were. You are the space in which thoughts appear. You are the awareness that knows thoughts are happening. And this awareness, this consciousness, it doesn't have a busy mind. It doesn't have any mind at all. It's prior to mind, deeper than mind, more fundamental than mind. The thoughts come and go in you, but you don't come and go. You're the constant. You're what remains when thoughts arise and when thoughts disappear. And here's the beautiful thing. When you recognize this, when you shift your identity from the content of consciousness to consciousness itself, the thoughts don't stop, but they lose their grip. They become like clouds passing through the sky. Sometimes there are many clouds, sometimes few, sometimes none. But the sky doesn't worry about the clouds. The sky doesn't try to push them away or hold them in place. The sky just is, spacious and open, allowing whatever appears to appear and whatever disappears to disappear. This is what it means to have a quiet mind. Not a mind with no thoughts, but a mind you're no longer struggling with. Not a mind you've controlled, but a mind you've stopped trying to control. The paradox is that the mind becomes quiet when you stop trying to make it quiet. The noise settles when you stop resisting the noise, because the resistance is the noise. The struggle is the disturbance. When you stop fighting with your mind, when you stop judging it, managing it, trying to improve it, there's a natural settling. Like a snow globe that's been shaken. You don't make the snow settle. You just stop shaking it and the settling happens by itself. But here's what this requires. It requires you to be willing to have a busy mind, to let the thoughts be there without making them a problem, to allow the mental chatter without needing it to stop. And this feels counterintuitive, doesn't it? Because you think you want a quiet mind, but wanting a quiet mind is what keeps the mind busy. So instead, you try the opposite. You welcome the busy mind, you say yes to it, you stop fighting it. And in that acceptance, in that allowing, something shifts. The mind is still producing thoughts, but you're no longer caught in them. You're no longer believing that the thoughts are you or that they're telling you the truth about reality. This is what meditation is really about, by the way. It's not about achieving some special state of no thought. It's about changing your relationship with thought. It's about learning to observe thinking without being thinking, to witness the mind without being the mind. You sit there and thoughts arise, thousands of them. And you don't push them away and you don't chase them. You just notice them. Oh, there's a thought about what I'm having for dinner. Oh, there's a thought about what that person said yesterday. Oh, there's a thought judging my meditation. And in the noticing, there's a gap, a space. You're here, aware, watching the thoughts, which means you're not the thoughts, you're what's watching. And the more you practice this, the more you live from this place of awareness rather than from the place of thought, the less the busy mind bothers you. Not because the mind gets less busy, but because you stop identifying with the business. You recognize that you're the space, not the furniture. You are the screen, not the movie. You're the ocean, not the waves. And the waves can be stormy or calm, but the ocean remains the ocean either way. Here's another angle on this. The mind won't shut up because it's trying to figure everything out. It believes that if it just thinks hard enough, long enough, cleverly enough, it will finally understand. It will finally solve the puzzle of existence. It will finally figure out how to be happy, how to be safe, how to be loved, how to be enough. So it keeps thinking, keeps analyzing, keeps trying to find the answer that will finally put all the questions to rest. But the answer isn't in thought. It can't be. Because thought is always about something. It's always pointing at reality, describing reality, interpreting reality. But it's never the reality itself. You can think about an apple all day long, describe it in the most elaborate detail, but you still won't know what an apple tastes like until you bite into it. The taste is direct, immediate, beyond thought, and life is like that. The actual living of it, the immediate experience of being here, being alive, being aware, this isn't something you can think your way into. You can only be it. So the mind keeps chattering because it's trying to do something it's inherently unable to do. It's trying to think its way to a reality that exists before and beyond thinking. And this is why the silence, the gap, the moment of no thought, this is where the real knowing happens. Not intellectual knowing, but direct knowing. The knowing of being, of presence, of what you actually are beneath all the stories and concepts and identifications. And when you touch this, even for a moment, when you rest as pure awareness without any thought, you realize something extraordinary. The mind, with all its noise and business, it was never the problem. It was just doing its job, thinking. The problem was believing you were the mind, taking yourself to be this collection of thoughts and worries and plans and memories. But you're not. You never were. You're the awareness in which all of this appears, the consciousness that lights up every experience, the presence that's here right now, reading these words, aware of being aware. So if your mind won't shut up, stop trying to shut it up. Let it run, let it chatter, let it do its thing, but don't believe it, don't identify with it, don't take it to be you. Just notice it, watch it. Be curious about it. Oh, look, mind is doing its anxious routine again. Oh, look, mind is replaying that old story. Oh, look, mind is planning something that probably won't happen. And in the noticing, in the observing, you're already free. Because the one who notices the thought is not the thought. The awareness of thinking is not thinking. You are that awareness. You always have been. And from this place, from this recognition, life becomes much simpler, not because your circumstances change or your mind becomes quieter, but because you're no longer at war with yourself. You're no longer trying to be different than you are. The mind thinks, the thoughts arise, and you remain as what you've always been, aware, present, here. The one constant in the midst of all the change. Not thinking about being here, not trying to be more here, just here, already, always, complete. There are moments, sometimes quiet, sometimes aching, when one looks over the shoulder of time and wonders what it was all for. You wake up one day and realize that years have passed, and somehow the grand story you thought you were writing seems to have slipped through your fingers. Perhaps you did everything you were told you should do. You worked hard, you stayed busy, you followed the path that others laid before you. Yet still, there is this haunting whisper that asks, was this it? It can be a very strange and lonely feeling, this sense that you have wasted something as sacred as your own life. Because you see, we are all taught that life is something to be used, something to be directed toward a purpose, something that must amount to something in the end. And so we chase after the idea of meaning like a man chasing his own shadow. But the more you run after it, the further it seems to recede. This idea of waste only appears when we measure life by a story we believe it should have followed. You were supposed to be somewhere by now. You were supposed to have done something, become someone, proven something. And yet here you are, standing still, looking at the world and feeling as if everyone else is moving ahead while you are being quietly left behind. But the strange thing about that feeling is that it never quite tells the truth. Because what if what you call wasting your life is only your life refusing to be wasted on the wrong things? What if your stillness is not failure, but rest? What if the roads you didn't take were simply the ones that were never yours to walk? You see, we live in a world obsessed with progress. Everything around us is designed to convince you that you must constantly be moving towards something, producing something, improving something, achieving something. But in that endless striving, you forget how to be. You forget that the meaning of life is not found at the end of a path, but in the simple act of walking. The oak tree does not rush to grow. The clouds do not hurry across the sky to arrive at a destination. And yet, we are convinced that stillness means stagnation, that silence means absence, that not knowing means failure. The idea that you have wasted your life is built on a comparison. You look at what others have done, what they have achieved, where they are, and then you measure your own existence against their imagined success. But comparison is a trick of the mind. It turns life into a contest, when in truth it was never a race at all. You are not running toward meaning, you are meaning unfolding. Consider this. If a flower were to bloom at midnight, hidden from every eye, would it still be beautiful? Would its fragrance be any less sweet because no one saw it? The flower does not bloom to be seen. It blooms because blooming is its nature. In the same way, your life does not need to be seen, measured, or admired to be worthwhile. You exist because the universe willed it so. And that, by itself, is enough. The feeling that life has been wasted often arises when the story you told yourself about who you were supposed to become begins to fall apart. But every story must dissolve for truth to appear. There comes a moment when the masks grow heavy, when the ambitions no longer excite you, when the old dreams start to feel like clothes that no longer fit. And that moment, though it feels like despair, is actually the beginning of something miraculous. It is the unraveling of illusion. For so long you believed you were on your way to somewhere, but where exactly? You were never truly going anywhere because you were never truly separate from the place you longed to reach. You are already there. The journey was never about arriving. It was about realizing that you had been home all along. Many people come to this realization late in life, sometimes after decades of striving. They wake up one morning, see the lines on their face, the gray in their hair, and they think, what was it all for? They look at the possessions, the status, the roles they played, and none of it feels real anymore. And that can be a terrifying moment, but it can also be the first true breath of freedom you have ever taken. Because when you no longer believe you must become someone else to be worthy, you begin to live. Let me tell you a small story. There was once a monk who spent his entire life searching for enlightenment. He meditated for years, fasted, studied sacred texts, and traveled from teacher to teacher. Yet peace always seemed to elude him. One day, exhausted and old, he gave up. He sat beneath a tree and said to himself, I have wasted my life. But as he sat there, a gentle breeze passed through the leaves, and he noticed the sound of the wind, the sunlight flickering through the branches, the simple stillness of the world. In that moment, he began to laugh, because he realized that all along he had been searching for something that had never been lost. The same is true for you. You cannot waste your life any more than you can waste the sky. You may delay awareness, but the totality of life remains untouched by your choices. Even the mistakes, even the regrets, are part of the great unfolding. Nothing is outside of it. Nothing is wasted. You see, your idea of waste depends on your idea of time. You imagine a line, a past behind you and a future ahead, and you judge where you stand along that line. But time is not a line. It is a dance. The past is not gone. It is alive in you now as memory, as experience, as the invisible current shaping this very moment. The future is not waiting. It is already being born through your thoughts, your breath, your presence. And this moment, this one right now, is eternity disguised as now. So when you say, I have wasted my life, what you are really saying is, I have not noticed that life has always been here, because it has. It never went anywhere. Regret is the mind's way of trying to rewrite a story that was never yours to control. It is an echo of resistance, a refusal to accept the perfection of imperfection. But the moment you stop arguing with your past, the moment you allow every mistake to simply be part of the fabric of what made you, a quiet peace begins to emerge. That peace is not indifference. It is understanding. Perhaps you feel you spent too long in the wrong job, or loved the wrong person, or chased dreams that dissolved into dust. But what if none of that was wrong? What if each step, each heartbreak, each detour was essential in leading you to this very awareness? Life, after all, is not a straight path. It spirals, it loops, it doubles back, it confuses you on purpose so that you may eventually see the futility of trying to control it. And once you see that, a beautiful thing happens. You stop trying to win life. You begin to live it. The great error of modern man is that he measures his worth in productivity. You are not a machine. You are a mystery. You are not meant to function efficiently. You are meant to experience deeply. You are meant to feel the full weight of being alive, the joy, the loss, the uncertainty, the beauty, the grief. Every part of it is sacred. If you could only step back and see your life not as a series of failures or missed opportunities, but as a single piece of art, a painting in progress, you would realize that even the dark strokes are necessary for the light to shine. The contrast is what gives the picture depth. Perhaps you cannot see it now, but someday you will. You will look back and see that nothing was wasted. Every wrong turn led you home. Every heartbreak opened your heart a little wider. Every delay prepared you for what could not be rushed. The truth is that life cannot be wasted, because life is not a possession. You cannot lose what you never owned. You can only forget that it was never yours to control. So, if you feel you have wasted your life, I invite you to look closer. Look at the way the light falls on your hands. Look at the breath moving through your chest. Look at the small, miraculous act of awareness that allows you to even ask this question. This moment, right here, is your life, and it is whole. When you truly see that, something within you softens. The tension of regret begins to dissolve, and in its place comes a deep, unshakable peace. Not the peace of escape, but the peace of recognition. Because the truth is, you were never off track. There is no track. There is only this infinite unfolding, and you are part of it, now and forever. That is where healing begins. That is where the illusion of waste ends. When you begin to sense that perhaps nothing was wasted, the mind doesn't easily surrender its habit of measuring. It will try to find a new way to evaluate, a quieter scale upon which to weigh the worth of your days. It might whisper, all right, perhaps I didn't waste my life, but surely I should be further along by now. You see, even when you stop running, the mind still wants a finish line. But there isn't one. The idea of a finish line is born from the illusion that life is a journey from ignorance to enlightenment, from brokenness to wholeness, from lostness to foundness. But there was never such a line to cross. You were never incomplete. You were never missing anything. What you call growth, what you call progress, is simply the unfolding recognition of what has always been true. Yet the human being as it is, craves story. It needs to feel that it is going somewhere. That need gives us hope in dark hours, but it also creates a subtle prison. For as long as you believe there is somewhere you must arrive, you cannot rest here. You are always just a little bit away from home. So much of our suffering comes not from the past itself, but from our attempts to rewrite it. We imagine the alternate lives we could have lived, the choices we should have made, the people we might have been if only the cards had fallen differently. But these imagined lives are ghosts. They shimmer just beyond the reach of what's real. And every time you compare your actual life to those ghosts, you dishonor the sacredness of what actually is. You were never meant to be the best version of yourself. You were meant to be the only version of yourself. The perfection you seek is not in some ideal self-image, it's in the depth of the one that already lives and breathes within you. The truth is that the feeling of having wasted your life is an invitation, not a condemnation. It is a quiet knocking from the soul, asking to be seen, asking you to stop chasing, to stop proving, to stop trying so hard to be something. The exhaustion that follows years of striving is not evidence of failure. It is the body and spirit calling you home. And coming home to yourself can feel strange at first, almost unsettling, because the person you built in your mind, the one who was supposed to be accomplished, admired, certain, and strong, begins to crumble. What remains is someone far simpler, softer, more real, someone who does not need to pretend. There is a tenderness in that breaking, like the moment you realize the wave has always been the ocean. The separation was only imagined. And with that realization comes a strange, liberating humility. You begin to see that even your mistakes were not really yours. They were movements of the universe through the particular form you call me. Now, imagine standing on the shore of your own life. Behind you, the waves of memory crash and dissolve. Before you, the horizon stretches endlessly. You could spend your whole life staring backward, watching the ripples of what has been, or you could simply turn and face the open sea. Both choices are available, neither is wrong. But one keeps you bound to what has passed. The other invites you into the mystery that has always been waiting. This moment right now is not the sum of your past, nor the promise of your future. It is life in its purest form, unadorned, unmeasured, and utterly free. The trouble is that we rarely allow it to be enough. We clutter the present with demands for meaning, for validation, for proof that it matters. But meaning, my friend, is not something you give to life. It is what life gives to you when you stop asking it to explain itself. Look at the simple act of breathing. You inhale, and without effort, the universe enters you. You exhale, and you give yourself back to it. That rhythm has been happening your entire life, unnoticed, uncelebrated, perfectly balanced. You do not ask each breath what purpose it serves. You simply breathe. And yet, each breath sustains the miracle of your being. That is how life works. Meaning emerges not from what you do to it, but from what you allow it to show you. When you loosen your grip on the idea that your life must justify itself, something beautiful happens. The ordinary begins to shimmer. You notice the way sunlight falls on your table, the sound of distant laughter, the quiet pulse of your own heartbeat. And you realize, perhaps for the first time, that this unremarkable, unplanned, unspectacular moment is the essence of living. The modern world, however, does not reward this awareness. It worships noise. It values ambition over stillness, productivity over presence, attention over understanding. You are constantly being pulled away from yourself, told that you should be somewhere else, doing something else, becoming someone else. But the truth is that every time you abandon the present to chase a future, you deepen the illusion of waste. You create a gap where none exists. This is why so many people grow restless, even when they appear successful, because deep down, the soul cannot be satisfied with applause. It only longs for truth. And truth, unlike success, cannot be achieved. It can only be seen. When you begin to live with this seeing, your relationship to time begins to change. You stop asking, how much time do I have left? And start realizing that you are time. You are the eternal now, unfolding as this moment, this breath, this heartbeat. Life is not moving through you. You are life moving. The past, then, is not a weight to carry. It is a teacher. The mistakes you think ruined, you were actually sculpting you. The losses you grieve were making space for something new to arise. You thought you were being broken. You were being rearranged. You see, the universe wastes nothing. Not a leaf that falls, not a tear that drops, not a single heartbeat. Everything is used, everything transformed. You are part of that alchemy. So how could you have wasted your life when life itself wastes nothing? Sometimes the path seems meaningless only because you're standing too close to it. Like a painting, its beauty can only be seen when you take a few steps back. You must allow the years to settle, to merge, to reveal their hidden symmetry. Only then do you begin to see the pattern. Only then does the chaos make sense. And as you begin to see that pattern, gratitude quietly replaces regret. You realize that the very moments you despised, the loneliness, the failure, the confusion, were the ones that softened your heart. They broke the shell of who you thought you should be so that something vast and tender could shine through. So, you see, you did not waste your life. You were preparing to live it. And this living has nothing to do with success or legacy. It is about seeing the sacred in the simple, the way water moves, the way your hands age, the way a small kindness lingers long after it's given. These things, though small, are the pulse of eternity. But you must learn to stay with the moment, to stay with yourself, to stay with life even when it offers no grand answers. Because when you stay, you begin to notice that the feeling of emptiness was never emptiness at all, it was spaciousness. It was room for you to finally arrive. Now, some will ask, but what about purpose? Don't we all need one? And yes, in a way, purpose gives us direction, but direction is not the same as destination. Purpose is not something you find, it is something you express through being. The tree does not need a purpose to grow, its growing is its purpose. The bird does not need a reason to sing, its singing is its being, and so it is with you. Perhaps your greatest purpose is not to achieve anything at all, but to embody awareness so fully that life can experience itself through you. That may not sound grand, but it is divine. If you can see that even one day of your life, one seemingly wasted, uneventful, ordinary day was actually filled with this quiet divine presence, then the idea of waste collapses. Because what you were calling wasted time was actually eternity playing dress up as delay. And if you can understand that, not just intellectually, but inwardly, then a great peace will find you. Not the peace of resignation, but the peace of realization. The peace of knowing that you have never been outside of life's embrace. Everything that has ever happened, every failure, every detour, every regret was part of the unfolding of this awareness. It could not have been otherwise. When you truly see that, the ache of I have wasted my life begins to dissolve into a quiet smile, because you realize that the story you were mourning was never real to begin with. It was only a dream of who you thought you should have been. And awakening, after all, is nothing more than realizing that the dreamer was never separate from the dream. There comes a moment, often quietly, when you begin to understand that your life does not need to be different in order to be whole. It is a subtle shift, almost imperceptible at first. You stop asking, "What should I be doing?" and instead begin to listen. You start to feel that life, all along, has been whispering to you through everything you once ignored, through failure, through silence, through longing. It was never absent. You were simply too busy trying to edit the story to hear its voice. When this understanding dawns, it's not a flash of enlightenment, but more like the gradual clearing of fog. The trees of your existence, once obscured by regret and expectation, slowly come into view. You begin to see how perfectly imperfect it all was, how each stumble carved a kind of wisdom into your bones, how each disappointment softened your heart, and how even your confusion was guiding you toward clarity. This is the paradox of awakening. You find what you were seeking not by acquiring, but by relinquishing. The meaning you searched for begins to reveal itself when you stop demanding that life prove its worth. You realize that the search itself was never the problem. It was your assumption that meaning was missing that caused the ache. The feeling of having wasted your life was not the truth. It was the veil that covered it. And as that veil begins to fall, a new kind of stillness appears, not the stillness of emptiness, but the stillness of presence. The kind that exists between two heartbeats, in the quiet before you speak, in the way your chest rises without your asking. You notice that life doesn't need your permission to continue. It breathes you, it moves you, it carries you forward, regardless of your stories about it. You see, what most people call awakening is not the gaining of something new, but the gentle loss of what was never real. It's like waking from a long dream in which you spent years trying to find the meaning of the dream itself, only to realize that you were always safe in your bed. The dream was beautiful, tragic, complex, and rich, but it was never separate from the one who dreamt it. So too with life. You were never separate from the totality of it. Even in your loneliest, darkest hours, you were still held by the same intelligence that turns the planets and opens the flowers. You were never outside of that harmony, only asleep to it. To awaken, then, is not to rise above life, but to sink deeper into it, to see the extraordinary hiding within the ordinary, to realize that enlightenment was never a mountaintop, but the ground beneath your feet. You might look back now on all the years you thought were lost, and see that they were not lost at all. They were preparing you to see. They were the soil in which understanding could finally take root. Every regret was compost for wisdom. Every mistake was a seed of awareness waiting for the right season to bloom. And when that season arrives, you begin to move differently. Not because you found some grand new purpose, but because you are no longer fighting the rhythm of existence. Your actions become effortless, not because you've stopped caring, but because you finally trust the unfolding. You realize that your life was never something to manage, it was something to experience. The illusion of waste begins to dissolve because you no longer measure time in achievements, but in presence. You begin to see that 10 minutes of genuine awareness is worth more than 10 years of unconscious striving. When this recognition takes hold, even your past pain begins to glow with a strange light. You see that what once felt unbearable was, in fact, the breaking of the shell around your being. It was how life made space for itself within you, and you begin to thank the very moments that once made you curse your existence. You bow to the storm because you see now that it wasn't against you, it was refining you. And then something even deeper happens. You begin to laugh. Not out of mockery or defiance, but from the sheer relief of seeing how unnecessary all the struggle was. You realize that life had never required your control. It only needed your attention. You had been running through open fields with a blindfold on, searching for the way out, unaware that there were no walls. You may recall the times you prayed for clarity, for purpose, for a sign, and perhaps you now see that those prayers were answered not in words, but in silence. not through instruction, but through revelation, because clarity does not come from adding more answers. It comes from letting go of all the questions that were never yours to carry. There's an old saying that the truth sets you free, but first it makes you uncomfortable. And that discomfort, that deep unease of not knowing what to do with your life, was the beginning of your freedom. It stripped you of false certainty, of borrowed dreams, of identities that were never truly yours. It left you naked before life itself. And that nakedness, that vulnerability, is the doorway to peace. Because when you stand without pretense, without the armor of who you think you should be, life finally meets you as you are. And that meeting is love. You begin to see that love was never something to find or to deserve. It was the quiet awareness that remained after everything else fell away. It is the gentle hum behind all experience, the soft current that carries every joy and every sorrow. When you touch that current, even briefly, you realize that nothing has ever truly been lost. For how can anything be lost in a universe that recycles itself infinitely? How can a life be wasted when each breath, each tear, each moment of longing becomes part of the great turning? You are not a fragment of the cosmos. You are the cosmos, looking at itself through the eyes of this particular human form.